That took a while. We're live. What's going on, everybody? Hope everybody's having a good weekend. I forgot, or I didn't forget, I didn't have time to do the step by step yet, but I guess maybe it's something we can do in class as we answer questions. We can kind of go over and let people participate and talk about what's needed. I guess we'll start with whenever we get everybody in here. We'll start with maybe equipment, everything you need to get started, because it's you want to have everything. It's good to have a little distiller box. What's going on, back row? Make your little box. Keep all your chemicals and all your stuff in, except your yeast, which probably should be stored in your refrigerator. But a lot of your chemicals and stuff, and funnels and hydrometers, and just a lot of equipment like that. It's good to keep a little toolbox, for all your distilling tools. What's going on, Curtis? Hey, Michael. We'll wait and we'll let everybody get a chance to get in here. And in the meantime, I'm going to share these links out while everybody's joining. So we'll kind of do a start to finish. I guess we'll try to do questions and answers first. I don't know if it's like Wednesday, man. I don't know. We might have time to answer questions. Hell, I was on till 12 o'clock answering questions, and hell, if it hadn't been for Curtis, helping out, and Scott, it'd been shit. I'd have been 2 o'clock trying to answer them all. I got way behind. I'm gonna try to do better and not do that anymore. I'm gonna try to answer the questions, I guess, a little bit more concisely and a little more quickly without maybe going into some unnecessary details that I tend to do. Got a bad habit of kind of going off on tangents, and so I'm gonna try to do better. Let me get these links out, and we'll all talk about them. I can't see any questions if you're posting right now. I can't see the comment section, so let me get these links shared. I hate the dead air time. Hopefully, y'all talking to each other while I do this. A few more here. Uh, when I share these links, I like looking at some of the posts I see on some of these pages that I haven't seen, especially in Appalachia, talk about Appalachians, old times, and pictures of old moonshine stills and stuff. I love all that other stuff. Still need more we can squeeze out before they put the brakes on me. Usually about here, but let's see. I wish I'd gotten that one out. That's a good group there. All right. Let's go back. What's going on, Scott? Just thinking about you. Or actually just mentioned you, Clint. All right. So I assume you're talking about your condenser water. Best way is create a reservoir. Either use a big cooler or a tote or a big, 55-gallon drum, whatever you got available, and some, jugs of water, or 2 liter jugs of water frozen, and you need quite a few of them to go through a run because it takes hours and hours. But frozen, put them in there, keep the coolant water, circulating good, and around 65 to 75 degrees is a good temperature. That has to be real, real, real cold. So for a 5-gallon mash, how much cracked corn and how much sugar? Well, for a thin mash, if you're not doing any conversions, you'll need 5 gallons of water, 5 pounds of sugar, and 5 pounds of corn. If you're doing conversions, you can cut back on the sugar, use your hydrometer. So, but a 1-1-1 ratio is a typical thin mash. Running a 55-gallon sugar run. Awesome. What's going on, Rick? How's it going, brother? Yeah, Michael's right. Yeah, 1 for 1 for 1. So 1 gallon, 1 pound of sugar, and 1 pound of corn. Now, if you do the conversion, like if you want to heat your cracked corn up and convert it, gelatinize it, and use your amylase and stuff on it, you can get by with using probably just a pound or two of sugar instead of 5, or 1 per pound. You can get by using a lot less, and it'll be a better drink. It'll be smoother. So, but starting out, I recommend the 1-to-1-to-1 because it's easy. I did it for years. It makes an okay liquor. It's okay flavor. It's okay. It's not real bad bite, but it's not as smooth as an all grain would be. Um, but yeah. Now you can use now if you're talking about doing conversions, Jim, then it won't be 1-to-1-to-1. Uh, if you're doing, if you're going to do it this way and convert it, you need to do 2.5 pounds of corn. Hello, Lisa. We missed you, Aggie. We were talking about you in Marky Mark. Talking about how much we wish you'd been there. But Jim, if you want to convert the corn, 2.5 pounds of corn per gallon of water, heat it up to about 190 for about 90 minutes till it gets thick and gelatinized, and then you'll use your high temperature alpha amylase. Yeah, 90 minutes. 45 is not enough to usually gelatinize it. And instead of, if you want to, instead of cooking it, you can steep it. A lot less risk of scorching that way. Uh, Basically, we're going to say you got a 50-pound bag of corn and you got 20 gallons of water. That's 2.5 pounds. Or so you can start that way and get it boiling. Add your corn as it sits. Keep 5 more gallons of water on the side, and as needed, you can start putting in hot water to keep the temperature up to 185 or so, and and then after about 90 minutes, you should be gelatinized pretty well. And at 185, I say that temp because that's the temp that you can add your high temp alpha amylase. What's going on, Toby? Welcome to the group, brother. Good to have you with us. So just start, you know, steeping is probably the best method, but it's good to have something insulated that you ferment in, or at least steep in to hold the temperatures in. So, like if you have a big cooler, or if you can put a drum inside a drum with some kind of foam insulation, or some people wrap it in blankets. There's a lot of different ways you can do it, you know. But having something insulated like that helps eating. You just, you know, add that 20 gallons of water, and then start adding the crack over to it and stirring it up as you add it. Again, let it steep for about 90. That's good. So you came to the right place, brother. Okay, you got 10 pounds of corn, then you want to use about 5 gallons of water, and start with about 4 gallons of water. Add 4 gallons of water, stir it up, and then add a little extra gallon, little by little, just keep the temp up to 185, but get it good and boiling. You know, when you add that corn in, and then you know, if you want to turn the heat down real low, yeah, 90 minutes, 90. Should get you gelatinized pretty well. Then you're going to have to add your alpha amylase. So you need liquid high temp alpha, and then you'll need some of that liquid gluco amylase. Now, if you plan on using a malt, you'll let that corn cool down to about 155, and then you can add some of your malts. So let me throw up a picture here to show. I saved them. I got a new place where I save everything, so it's going to be a little easier for me to get to a lot of the charts and stuff. And I'm green doing it, so yeah, that take me a little bit to get used to it. But let's see, where is that chart? Here we go. It's a very common chart. You'll probably see me use it very often. Wow, I like that this is larger like that. That works real well. But you'll see here your barley malt. So that's about 155. See, and you'll want to keep 145 because it becomes less effective. So keep that barley malt between 145 and 55. Plan on using barley with it. But if you want to use an exogenous enzyme like the liquid high temp alpha, then you'll go ahead and add that at 185. And then once it cools off, um, you can add your glucose. You know, once you get down to pitching temps, depending on the glucose that you got, it should tell you on the package what temperature to add it to. Usually it's 100, 110 or somewhere in there. Some, it's my understanding, are as high as 135 or so. So just check your beta or your glucoamylase. Now beta is what's in, you know, a lot of your barley malt. So you know that'll be your 145 to 55. Your barley will have alpha and beta amylase in it that will help you do both your conversions. But if you do the barley malt and you have some liquid glucose, it's not a bad idea to add it. It depends on the amylase that you're using. You know, different strengths. All of them have, they'll tell you how much per gallon it should. If not, check your manufacturer and ask them. There's a lot of different manufacturers of it. Now, it's my understanding that DuPont has come out with one recently too, so that's another one to add to the list. But I do know that the high temp goes in at 180, and the glucose usually around 100, 110. But again, that'll depend on the maker. So check your packaging for the temperatures to add it and how much to add. But, you know, I'd hate to tell you one and you have something different than what I haven't used. Um, Now, did you buy the powdered? You bought the powdered alpha, Jim? Assuming since you said bag. Um, Boy, I wish you would have asked before you bought it. It's it's really tough to use. It's not as effective. The liquid is definitely the way to go. If you haven't opened it and you can return it, do it. You know, just send it back. I mean, I've got some I use, but it's just I use it just I don't want to waste it. Alpha is it's an amylase. It's an enzyme. What's going on, Chris? Yeah, if you can return it, do so. Get the liquid high temp amylase. That's definitely the way you want to go. The powder is, if you do decide to keep the powder and you want to use it, it'll work, but it's very much less effective. You have to wait for the corn to cool to 155 to add it. You have to keep the corn at between 150 155 for about 45 minutes while it works. It's pretty tough to use, and it's not as effective. The high temp alpha allows you to immediately add, uh, lets you add the high temp alpha will let you add it at 185. So I'm trying to look ahead at the questions asked before I try to answer this, but I can't do that. So add it at 185, and you'll notice immediately your corn thin out. And it's just so much easier to manage, and it's a lot more effective. So definitely buy you some liquid high temp amylase and some liquid glucoamylase. And you can get that off Amazon, Fuelbilly, uh, or Firm Solutions. Now I guess DuPont's got some out. I'm not sure. No problem, brother. But any other questions that you got to ask about, the process or anything, definitely do so. Yeah, it's hard to find a barley. I found all my grains from farmers, except I get my corn, my wheat, and everything from farmers, except the barley. And it's still something I have to get off Amazon. I don't know anybody else that grows it. It's about $2 a pound, so it ain't cheap. No, no, it's different than yeast. The enzymes break down the sugars and break down the starches into fermentable sugars. So let me get a chart here to show you a little bit more about it. Okay, so these are the basic three. Well, we don't deal with glycogen. We deal with amylo and amylopectin. These are the complex starches that we find in a lot of our fruits and vegetables that we distill. So the amylase, or you can get the amylase from your malted grains. Um, yeah, I'm going to do a step by step, Toby, on beginning to end. Uh, so for beginners that's never even done it, first question you need: have you bought a still yet? So anyway, enzymes that I'm talking about help break up these glucose molecules that are bound together. And this is amylo and amylopectin. And both of these are found in fruits and sugars. All right. Well, probably a good episode to tune into, brother, because we're gonna as soon as I answer most everybody's questions, we're gonna start at the very beginning and talk about equipment needed. And I was just talking about the very beginning of the podcast about keeping a toolbox. So we're going to brainstorm and work together and talk together. Some of these guys in here are seasoned, and some of these guys have a little bit of experience. They're intermediates, and some, like yourself, are just getting started. So we're going to all work together, and we're going to make lists of everything that we need. So probably a perfect episode for you to tune into. So sit back, get you a piece of paper and a pen, and you can revert back to the video. So what's going on, Derek? So you can watch. If you missed anything, you can see what you might have missed. So, uh, man, that's too big. Let's see. Oh, that's too big. Yeah. So who? Anybody else have questions before we get started doing the beginning to end? So anybody got, Jim, do you have any more questions? Actually, a lot of what you're wanting to know, we're going to cover tonight as well, because we're going to do start to finish, your first run. So we're going to do just a typical grain conversion. And it's going to be complex. It's not going to be just a simple, you know, thin mash like I was talking about with 1 pound of sugar, 1 pound of corn, 1 gallon of water. We're going to go ahead and talk about doing a conversion of corn, which would be what most beginners are going to do. We're going to get into multiple grains and all that. We might hit on malted grains if you decide to go that route, but we're just going to start talking about equipment. So for Toby's sake, what's going on, John? What's up, brother? So for Toby's sake, we're going to start at the very beginning on what kind of steel to get, and it really depends on your budget, Toby. How much you're willing to spend, how much you're willing to turn out. I recommend get that paper though, in it. I recommend two things: either a keg, a beer keg, 15-gallon beer keg, which makes a really good beginner steel and intermediate steel, or one of the Bever football steels. Now, if you've got pretty deep pockets and you can afford it, have a copper pot. Definitely has its advantages and requires a little more maintenance. But, it's probably the Cadillac if you can afford it. But if not, um, all's not lost. You can turn out great shine in a keg steel or in one of these uh, Bever football steels. And a lot of people say, "What is a Bever football steel?" I think I still have the picture of it. Let me get rid of these. For those that's never seen one, hope I saved that. Dang. Let me see if it's in my screenshots. I know I screenshotted it, but did I save it or did I not? I might not have. Yeah, I don't think I did. Damn it. Let's see. Maybe I can screenshot another. Bear with me a second, and I'll find one on Amazon or on eBay. Okay. 218 right now on Amazon. Let me get this picture enlarged so you can see what it looks like. Okay. Yeah. Bear with me a sec. Okay. Just a second. Awesome, Scooby. I tell you, it's for the money. It can't go wrong. I mean, keg steels are a little cheaper, and you can get your little column to go with those. That's good too. The kegs you can usually find them for 35. You might want to take it to somebody that welds supports on it for cleaning out and filling and emptying them. But it's not a have to. I didn't in my mind. I used them for years, um, but for ease and convenience, if you can afford a little bit more, like I say, you have to spend 35 on the keg, and then you got to pay somebody to weld that. You don't have to, and then the column's probably another 120 to 50. So you're looking at 150 150 to 180 with that, and that works out well. This 18.5 gallons bigger. It's easy to clean out. You take the whole lid off. Downside is it looks like a big steel. It's a big old stainless pot. Whereas you can just hit that beer keg in the corner and it looks like a beer keg. Nobody would ever suspect it's a steel. Um, but both of them work just great. They're both highly recommended. But this is what your football steel looks like. And right here, I wish they gone. Let me share the screen to see if I can put this. Um, um, all right. Anyway, so at the very top of this steel, there on the lid, you'll see where the football connects. That's a tri-clamp fitting. That's a 2.5 inch tri-clamp. Um, Billy, I'd say both of them are good. It just depends on what you like. Sour mash are very convenient for rerunning, and if you don't want to continuously make fresh mash every time, but a lot of people don't like a sour mash flavor. So if you're into sour mash and you don't mind the flavor, it's very efficient. But it's just according to taste. There's no whatever you like. That's what's better, really. I don't want to be smart about it, but it's there's no right or wrong. Yeah, elevations will change your boiling points a little bit. In Denver, mile high city, so you're used to boiling water, so you know the difference that it takes. So really, it won't make a lot of difference. You'll still heat it, watch it, wait for it to drip, and adjust it as it drips. So we're not really going to go by temperature so much, and we'll go with that. But at the top of this is a 2.5 inch ferrule, and the beauty of these steels is you can interchange this. You can take this off, and you'll want to get a 2.5 to 2 converter because there's not a lot of equipment stuff out there that's done in 2.5. It generally goes from 2 to 3. 2.5 is kind of an oddball size, so you'll either want to go down in size to 2, which is cheaper, or up in size to 3, which is a little bit more expensive, but a larger volume. You can get columns and other things to add to it, bubble plates and everything else. But it's really cheap. It's a great way to start. It comes with everything you need. You got a little pump. That's probably a creeping hydrometer and not a triple scale. So you'll need one or the other. I'm not sure which one that comes with. But the football sticks, I recommend those for beginners. If all turns out you end up that you don't like the hobby, you can buy you a solid piece here, and you can use it for canning. You can put your little pressure cooker valve on the top of this, like I did. I got a solid piece to go on the top of this, and you can put your little pressure gauge and a blow off, and you can pressure can with it if you want to. You can also boil your water in it and get it ready. They also have this bubbler on there, so you can use it to ferment in as well. If you want to do it all in this pot, you can, but you have to clean it out real good after you ferment before you try to distill. It also has a false bottom that will allow you to distill on the grain. So that's another good plus. So we're going to talk about some of the equipment you're going to need. So you're going to have to come up with a steel. So whatever you decide that you want to do, that football, uh, the football head here is great for brandy and for whiskeys. Anything where you want a lot of flavor retention and lower proof. This canister filter works okay. It's decent. But if you want to upgrade to a shotgun condenser or a copper worm, you can. Right where these two combined is another 2.5 inch tri clamp. Before you run, you can pack this head full of copper. So you can, there's a few ways that you can do that. You can either add some high proof back into it. Reason it gets cloudy is because of the oil. So you may have got a little bit far into your tails, or you may be using a deflectator or something like that that's compressing the tails where it will column. So increase the proof. We'll get rid of the cloudiness. Uh, Sometimes time will, just letting it sit for a while will help get rid of it. And you can also very carefully heat it up, and that'll dissipate the oils again, but they may come back. Basically, what happens is at a higher proof, the alcohol keeps the fats in the solution, right? So you don't see it; it's in the solution. But as the proof drops, the alcohol becomes less and less of a solute, and it's not able to keep all that oil solvent. So it starts dropping out of solution and clouds up on it. It's called saponification. Yeah, let's sit back and we're going to talk about all that as it goes, Toby. So I'm not gonna jump ahead. We're going to talk about everything from start to finish. So we're on equipment at this point. So adding copper mesh to this head here will take out your sulfites, right? So you can add your copper mesh in here, and it's generally good for whiskeys and brandies and all that. Then you can also, if you want to go with a little higher proof and make some vodkas, some rums, you can buy a column like this and add to it, and this will increase your proof. Instead of using the football head, you'll use this column, and you can use this deflegmator and the height of this column and the reflux it creates. You can see some of that copper mesh packed in here as well. So you can loosely pack it in this column and take out the sulfites that way as well. So we're talking about equipment. So we got to have a steel. So steel is number one on the list. And now we know of a couple of different types of steels. There's a keg steel, Beaver football. You got the Beaver 3 pots, and those are okay. Require a little bit of work once you buy them. They're cheaper, but once you get them, you're going to have to make some modifications and do some work. If you're not willing to do that, uh, might be a good idea to just kind of steer away from it. Maybe get the football. If you've already got it, you're stuck with it. That ain't a biggie. You know, you're just going to have to change some of your plumbing out, some of your gaskets out. So all's not lost. You can still print out good shine with it. You're just going to have to replace gaskets if they crack. They're really bad about that. You're going to have to increase the size of your condensers. They're definitely undersized. So I got the steel. Now let's talk about other equipment that you're going to need. Uh, you're going to need a hydrometer. And when I say hydrometer, there's two different kinds. There's one is called triple scale. A triple scale hydrometer. Let me see if I got a picture of that. Should, but I don't. Let me find that. And I will add that to my photos because I can tell you what it looks like, but a picture is worth 1,000 words, right? All right, let me screenshot that. And then I saw another thing over here that was really good. Let's see, a chart. Yeah, that's cool. This chart will help a lot too. Heck, I didn't mean enlarge that. Here we go. That's really neat. So this will show you your chart like that. So let me add these shots to the new file. Should be able to find things a little easier now. I've kind of consolidated all my files into one spot, so I'm not jumping all over the place all the time. Okay. take these down and add this picture. All right, here is a typical triple scale hydrometer. And you can tell by the colors on it that it's not a proofing hydrometer. Now, the one proofing hydrometer is used in the alcohol after you distill it to tell you basically what proof you have, right? Well, this one is designed to measure the density of your mash. So when you use it, you put it in a graduated cylinder or a big tall jar, anything, and either works. But you don't want a lot of your particles in it. You don't want corn kernels floating around or mash or any of your fruit or whatever you got floating around. So you want to kind of just have liquid when you make this measurement because it will affect how it flows, right? So, but once you drop this into the liquid, um, the more sugar that you have, the denser the mash will be, and the lesser and lesser that this will flow. So it'll float higher. So if it's really high, ultra high in sugar, it'll be down here in the red, right? If it's low in sugar, it's going to be up here. So somewhere in the middle is an optimal point. That's what we'll get to next, right? So here, when you look at these colors on this hydrometer here, this is what it refers to. Let me see if I can make this bigger, even bigger. Either way, there. Let's see that. Well, a minute ago, let's see. There might be a new. No. Anyway, hope y'all can read this. That's not well. That's a little better. Okay, so right up here, you'll see it says 1.000 up there at the top. At the very top, you see that first red band at the top on the chart. Right where that touches yellow, you'll see it says 1.000. And then right underneath it says beer. So this on the very far right, down in the yellow, you'll see the 5, right? And that's your Ricks. And just to the inside of that is your alcohol percentages. So that would be 0. That'd be about 2% where 5 is there. And that would be about a 1.1, maybe 6 gravity. So the far left numbers on the left side that you see are going to be your gravity. The numbers in the very middle between the tall lines, let's see. Let me see if I can make this a full page so everybody can see what I'm talking about. Yeah, I can do this. Let me share screen so when I point, you'll know what I'm pointing at. So we're going to share screen, share screen. Okay, so hopefully you guys, well, you can see the groups up here I'm sharing to you, but anyway, hopefully y'all can see my mouse. I'm going to jump over here back into the group thing and make, hopefully, can you see my mouse moving around here on this chart? Can you see the little plus sign? Let me hit plus. Oh, that's too much. But anyway, can y'all see the little plus sign I've got here where I'm looking at on the chart? Somebody comment, let me know. Can y'all see that? Well, that's awesome, brother. We don't mistake moonshine, man. We'll make it all. We'll make rum and gin and vodka and all kinds of distillates. So corn liquor and whiskeys and bourbons. The copper removes the sulfides. A lot of it's sulfurous compounds that are found in, you'll get some sulfur in some of the things that you distill, and the sulfur becomes more prominent during the fermentation, and the copper will take the sulfites out as the vapor passes through it. It bonds to the copper real readily. So everything's small. Well, hopefully, Toby, you'll be able to, when you get home or something where you're in front of a PC, this will still be on there. So if you want to watch it, you can watch all the old episodes and just binge watch them and get all the info that you need. But we're going to go from start to finish. So this would be a good one to mark and watch. But go ahead and listen. And if you have questions as we're going along, uh, ask, or maybe next, Wednesday, after you watch this on a big screen, or you can watch it on your TV, or watch it on your PC. If you have any questions after that, we can definitely go over it then too. So yeah, I'm here twice a week to help everybody. So no hurries, but work on deciding which steel you're going to get, and we'll get further into that, and you'll see some of that in some of the other discussions. Back to this chart. Hopefully y'all can see that, and I'm gonna try to get back to it if I can. All right. So right here on the very far left side, this gives your gravity. Okay. So this is how much sugar. The more sugar that you get in your mash, the more syrupy and thick that it becomes, and syrupy up to the point where you get so much it's almost like a molasses or a honey, right? And you've got way too much. Is what you measure. But as you add it, uh, the liquid becomes more thick and syrupy. And as you do that, this is going to float higher and higher and higher, right? So the thicker it is, the higher it's going to float, meaning the numbers are going to go this way. So what we look at is your starting gravity. And you hear us talk about numbers 1.070. That's right here. 1060 is right here at the edge of the blue and the yellow. And that's a pretty, 1060, anywhere between here is a pretty decent starting range if you're doing like a full conversion on your grains. Use the amylase and everything. So, and we'll talk about that later. So if you don't know what that means, we're going to get to it. So this will give you a pretty good amount of alcohol without a lot of bite, depending on what you're making. Now, if you're doing brandies and rums and things of that nature, 108,090, is okay, because here's 10% alcohol, which is 20 proof, and which is also about 20 degrees. Um, so a 1080 is about 10, a little over 10% alcohol, which most all of our yeast can handle. So even a bread yeast, can handle up to 10 to 12. So you're going to be good. 1080, 109. Now when you start getting into the red, 1.1 and above, you're going to have some pretty fiery liquor. It's going to be pretty hot, and it's going to have a lot of bite, and it's going to be hard to drink. Even at lower proofs, it'll still have a lot of bite, and it won't be good and smooth. So, some people don't mind that. I grew up around a lot of people, you know, as long as they were getting alcohol, alcoholics don't seem to mind as much as people that also drink for taste, or drink for taste and savor, and like to enjoy the liquor instead of just get drunk. So, I mean, if you're just getting hammered and you're used to that bite, and a lot of people expect that bite out of a moonshine, that's what they expect, and that's a lot of the moonshine has been made that way because it's really efficient. You can crank out a lot of moonshine when you get those sugar levels in the really high numbers. Damn, it's hot as hell, and a lot of people, you know, some people don't mind it, but most people will be like, man, that's just too hot. It's just too much. So trying to keep it in the yellow, right here at the edge of the blue and yellow, 1060, 1090. 1090 is pushing it. A lot of people would say, that's a bit much. And, for certain things, it probably would be. For grains or something like that, it's probably going to be a little bit of hot grain. But like if you're making a vodka that you're going to distill to 190 proof or so, to make it a vodka, and it's going to be a neutral spirit. it's not so bad because you're gonna really take out a lot of impurities, a lot of other things, and expect it to be hot at 180, 90 proof, right? And then once you proof it down, it's not quite as bad. So vodkas and some of your rums and tequilas may, you may push the boundaries up here a little bit, you know, 80 to 90 range, but 60 to 70, 75 range is a great starting point for a lot of drinks. So hopefully I didn't miss a lot of questions because I can't see y'all when I go full screen. So let me get that off there, and now we're back to me hiding. Okay, that's good. Let's see. Yeah, I like that. That's a little bit bigger, less me and more chart. That's best. So get used to this. Is your triple scale hydrometer. This is your best friend. You can make. This is definitely one of two things that go into your toolbox. It's really important to have this. Right. So what's going on, Daniel? What is behavior? Get a stripping run. Awesome. Goal is to have high flavor, high proof, and smooth. Now it's really tough, Scott, to combine high proof and flavor. Reason being, flavor generally gets carried in your water. Um, yeah, you probably do. Uh, it's really hard to have high proof and flavor because a lot of your flavor gets carried over in your water, and so it's really beneficial to try to distill to a lower proof and carry more flavor. But it depends, on what you're making. If you're making a vodka, you definitely want high proof and you want to try to get as much flavor out as you can. But at the same time, to get that high flavor, you're removing a lot of water. The water is what carries over a lot of the flavor. So it's kind of a trade off. So once you lose a lot of that water, you lose a lot of your flavor as well. And vodkas tend to be a more neutral, higher proof. You get more to a more neutral uh, flavor. That's all going to be covered, Toby. So this is one of the tools. We're talking about tools right now, Toby. So we need the triple scale, and now we know why. And we can measure the amount of sugars. Not only from the sugars that you add, but also we're going to talk about how you get sugars out of the grain. See, your corn, like now I'm not talking about sweet corn. I'm talking about like a yellow dent or an heirloom corn. It's a starchy corn that's raised for starch. That when fed to animals, the starch content gets converted in their stomach with the enzymes that their bodies have in them, their stomachs have, and breaks those starches down into simple sugars that feeds the growth and feeds the cells, right? Well, we're doing pretty much basically the same thing. We're going to break down those starches by using enzymes in the fermenter, and then and when we cook it, then we'll convert those sugars into alcohol. Yeah, well water is spring water. I would not say well water is best. No, a lot of wells, um, a lot of wells use salt purification. A lot of different types of purification. They're softeners, so well water is not best. And I'll handle it, Chris, because that's you don't max out your hydrometer and you don't use well water. Let me do the answer. Um, so that's too much. Why does it do? I don't like like that. There, that's good. Spring water is probably the best thing to use. It depends on what you're doing. If you're proofing, your alcohol, if you're proofing it down, distilled water is probably the best. If you're using water to mash in, spring water would probably be the best. But for you, Toby, that's just getting started, and for John, let's hold off on questions until towards the end, and let me cover everything from beginning to end. And if you have a question about what I'm talking about, then I'll be happy to answer them. But just random questions, let's hold off on random questions until we get to the end. But if you have a question about anything that I'm talking about, the reason I do that, it's already 9 o'clock, and I don't want to be on here at 1 o'clock doing it. I enjoy getting on there and answering questions and working. It's all right, but it's just I can't focus on. I'm getting old, and I can't. My mind, I have to keep tunnel vision, and it gets me off kilter, and I forget where I'm at, and then I end up repeating myself a lot if I have to backtrack. So we're talking about the equipment that you need, and John, you didn't say nothing, did you? Oh, about the strip and run. I just actually noticed that. Yeah, somebody else talked about a stripping run. We'll cover all that in a minute. When I do a spirit run, can you use a thumper? Absolutely, definitely. And I understand that a lot of people in here that are watching aren't beginners. A lot of this stuff they're not interested in, and they came here for a specific question, and I'll try to hit you guys as we go. I understand. But yeah, definitely in your spirit run, that's when you want to use that thumper. You don't want to use it in a strip and run. Just steal and go at it. That's an awesome point, Gary. I'm glad you mentioned that. A lot of the hydrometers will have you. I think it says 67 degrees Fahrenheit. Let's see what this says. Okay, let me remove that from the stage. Dang on it, you're supposed to. Let's see. Well, it's not going to let me do it. But at the very bottom, it should say 60 degrees Fahrenheit. And there is a chart that allows you to convert. So if you're trying to get a gravity reading and it's like, it's still 110, 20, you're going to get a different. I'm really glad you mentioned that. That's somebody point out. But when you buy these hydrometers, it'll come with a chart, a little conversion chart, and it'll help you convert temperatures. So I might have mine in here in this box. Let me go grab that. And I don't see that. No, we'll get you, brother. We'll get you. Yeah, I wouldn't use a thumper on a stripping gun, but definitely use your thumper and infuse with your final spirit gun. Absolutely. That way you can get infuse your flavors and stuff in. Or you don't even have to use. You can use just an infuser. Using that thumper will increase your proof. So I tend to run it a little bit hotter, so I can get more water and flavor with it. But that will catch a lot of water. Red garden hose water is best. There you go. That's good. That's funny shit. All right, let me find the. Let me Google and find the. Let's see. One of these might have the chart showing temperature. Hmm. All right, there's some places that have calculators, like Brewer's Friend and More Beer. Looking for a chart though. Your hydrometers will come with a chart. Mine's upstairs. I don't even think my chart's with it anymore. Hmm. I'm surprised that there's not a. Okay, maybe here. Now this is. All right, that's for alcohol. That's not for triple skin. Hmm. Well, let's see. Maybe that's it. Hmm. I'll definitely have to get that chart, but good point. Let's. I don't want to spend too much time on that. Um, I'll find my chart, or I will find a chart, and I'll add it to my picks, and we'll add that. Basically, what who brought that up? Gary. Um, really glad you brought that up. So what Gary's talking about is as your temperature, your mash that you're measuring the gravity of changes, that hydrometer will float differently. So if it's a higher temperature, it's probably going to float a little deeper than it would if it were cooler, right? So that's that as that syrup cools, it thickens. So you can imagine that hydrometer is going to raise a little bit, even though the sugars haven't changed. So there will be some differences based on the temperature of the mash that you're measuring. Your hydrometer should or will come with a chart that will allow you to make those necessary conversions, so you can be more exacting. So, but I will find that chart. If I have to scan the one I've got, I will, and I'll have that to show in the future, or I will find one before Wednesday and show you guys and have that for you. And I'll try to upload it to the DIY and militia site, so um, you'll have a chart to go by and maybe some screenshot people. I like keeping a lot of this on my phone. That way, while I'm doing it, like the temperature charts. I never remember all those damn temperatures of everything. I have to revert back to it. I've done it for a long time, so there's nothing wrong with that. Right now, original gravity minus your final gravity times 131.5 should give you a general proof of what you can expect to have, right? It gives you an idea of how much alcohol you can expect to get out of what you mash. So you take your original gravity when you first start out, and let's go back to the chart here, and you see it's 10. Let's just say it's 108, and that shows you about a 10%, right? ABV. So if we go 1080, this is all right. Your handy dandy calculators out 1.080, and then we subtract final gravity, which is 1.000, and that'll equal 0.08 times 131.25, and that's 10.5. And you can see right here that 10%, 10, just a little over 10.5%. So what that's basically doing, it's giving you this number right here. So we know if we start here and we end up there at 1, the difference is going to be 8. And that 8 is going to give you the full potential of what you started at 1.080. But if you start at 1.080 and you don't finish dry at 1.1, 1.000, Sometimes, you've got some unfermentable sugars in there that didn't, get converted. So let's say you go to 1.010 and it stops, right? That's going to only give you 7. So if we take 1.080 minus 1.010, that gives us 7, right? 700. And then we multiply that by the 131.25, and that'll give us 9.18. So we're going to be like right into here, right about where the 7 is. So you can also use this hydrometer. If you know you start at 8 and you go to 1, you're getting 8. If you start at 8, you go to 2, you're getting 5. So you can go to 5 here and figure what you're going to have at what alcohol percentage you're going to have at 5, or you can do the math. Both work perfectly well. There's calculators, but that 131.25 is a good number to remember. It'll help you determine what your potential is if you go from 1 and you don't get back to perfectly 1.000. Yeah, it makes it real easy. Math 1.080 minus 1 is 8.08. So that's easy math, and then you can just come back here. It's just a little over 10. But if you start at 1.75 and you end at 1.005, then you've got 7. So you're going to have 9 and change, right? Right at 9. 8, 7, 6, 5. So this is your percent alcohol. That's not proof. So 10% is 20 proof, right? So having a hydrometer is a very important tool. A lot of people ask about recipes, and you'll hear us say, "Hold on, Dark." You'll hear us say, "You really don't need a recipe. It's great to start with one, but if you have a hydrometer, you can just add fruit to water." Now, it's good to know what ratios. So, how much fruit to how many gallons of water, and then how much sugar, right? So, you get the fruit to water, and then you can just use your hydrometer to tell you how much more sugar to add. So, as you add dissolved sugar, not just sugars that are going to be sitting at the bottom in granules that's not going to get measured, it's got to be dissolved in, right? It's got to be part of the mix. So don't count what's at the bottom. You can't just dump a bag in there, stir it up a little bit, and then drop your hydrometer in there and expect it to read right. It's got to be all dissolved in, right? So you can kind of use this hydrometer to help you with your recipe. So let's just say, we've got some charts out there that show roughly, how much it is to add to that. So like this, we know this is just the fruit level. Let me add a better chart here. Let me add this chart. Some of you, if you don't have these charts, you can get them in the militia files or in the DIY shiny stuff files. But here, this will tell you how many pounds of fruit per gallon of water, and it gives you a big range, like apples, 7 to 16. And that's a huge range. What's going on? So that's a huge range. What's up, TV? Uh, I am TV. So that's a huge range, 7 to 16. So 7 is going to be what? Really sweet ass apples, right? And 16 is going to be really sour, granny's apple, sour apples. So it's going to take a lot more of those to give you the sugars you need versus this apricots, So this covers a lot of different fruits, and you can use this as just a general guide, and that's all it is, and all it's intended to be. Oh, I see, brother. All right, yeah, I got you. So this is just a general guide. This will tell you approximately how much you need per gallon. And then after that, that's when you use that hydrometer. So let's just say we're going to make some blackberry shine, okay? So we go up here to blackberry, 4 to 6 pounds. So, okay, we're not sure if our blackberries are real sweet or not. So we're just going to go right in the middle at 5, right? So we got 15 pounds of blackberries, and we're going to add 3 gallons of water. So then we pull out our hydrometer. once we mix all those up, we muddle those berries up, right, grind them up, puree them. Then we add it to the water and mix all that up. And oh yeah, I get to you, brother. Just hold on a second. So when we mix all those up and we say, okay, all the berries mixed up, it's giving us a 1025. So we're right here between the yellow and the blue on this chart at the top. So 1025. So we know we're going to have to add some sugar, right? So we break out the sugar and we start adding it, heating it up, and yeah, I don't know if he hadn't figured it out yet or what, but so we know we're at 125. So we're going to have to start adding some sugar, and hopefully it'll come in a little higher than that. But I doubt Lightberries have much more sugar than that. So we're going to have to add, a pound or so of sugar, and we're just going to start adding a little bit, dissolving it in, measuring it. Well, that's only brought us up to 1045. We're going to have to add a little bit more sugar, right? Okay, so we're up to 1070. We know we're pretty good. That'll make a decent brandy. If you want to go a little bit higher, it won't hurt. But the more sugar you add and the fruit that you have, it's going to start diluting your flavors out. So maybe add some more fruit, some more sugar. And that's how you make a recipe. And then you just write down, all right, this took 7 pounds, and I ended up using 4 gallons of water because I had to dissolve the sugar in some water that I added to it. So and you just create your own recipe using this hydrometer because you want to end up in that 106 and 108 range to get a decent amount of alcohol without a lot of bite. And once you get good at doing that, then you can start using alternative sugars like dextrose and things like that have even less bite. So let's just keep it simple for now. But this is how valuable this tool is. All right, it's one of the most valuable tools. So we're going to move on. So what chemicals do we need to have in our? So it's tools wise, we got steel, we got a triple scale, and then we got an alcohol hydrometer, also known as a alkalometer. But let's stick with tools a minute. We're also going to need something to stir this shit up with, right? So a lot of people like using the big handles, stainless steel handle paddles, like a boat paddle. And that's fine if you're young and stuff, but that doesn't cut it when you start getting my age. Having a mud mixer, let me pull up a good mud mixer that I use on Home Depot. Just a second. Let's see. Here we go. All right. Let me move that to pictures and then I can show you that. I like using the pictures though, in case you hadn't noticed, because I can describe something until I'm blue in the face, but the second you see the picture, you're like, I know what you're talking about. So, worth 1,000 words. I'm trying to save words and time, and it's just a lot easier. And I'm going to save these pics, so I'll have them next time to use, and it'll be a lot quicker. Let me find it. Damn it, didn't I? Maybe, yeah, I did. I put it in the wrong spot. Let me put it over here. All right, so here we go. Right here, the old mud mixer. See, y'all seen it. a lot of times you get these zinc plated, painted, it don't matter. But no, if you're not going to convert, Jim, if you're not going to convert, and Scott, this is a beginner video class. So instead of steering people other places, let's let them try to learn here, and that's really not a good thing. I mean, I recommend them too. I recommend Fieldbilly and Still in the Clear, but let's try to educate them here if we can. Um, if you're not going to convert the grains, um, one to one to one makes a thin mash, and it's pretty good. It's decent. It'll make a good shine. Not going to be the smoothest, not going to be the best, but it's a great place for starters to start. So you're really not going to have to cook it. Uh, you're just going to have to heat the water, dissolve your sugar, add your corn to it, and then let it cool down. Add your, little bit of nutrients if you want to add them to the corn, and then add your yeast in there, and then let it distill. No, this is Bad Santa's channel. I also put it on Philbilly's page, and you can definitely go to Philbilly's page and get lots of videos. They're still in the clear. There's old George talk about them all. They're all a great place to go. But the benefits of it is we get live questions, we get live answers, and it's a lot of times it's really tough to go to and you helped me a lot with answers. So I appreciate the headline you and Clint for helping me out. Definitely, I'm not mad, but let's keep people here and let's answer the questions here because a lot of times when you go watch videos, you end up watching 6 or 7 videos before you get your question answered. That's what that's why 100% why I do this is so people can get their answers, to their questions, but at the same time, there's certain episodes like tonight, I'm gonna try to do the beginning to end, and it's I don't know, I'm not even out of equipment yet. We're an hour 14 in. I'm gonna try to do it beginning to end. That way, they can, what refer back to this and get a lot of their questions answered as well over stuff that I'm getting ready to cover here in a minute. So we're going to do probably a thin mash for beginners tonight, but I will touch on grain conversions and things like that. But right now we're talking about equipment, and I want to stay focused on equipment, and we're going to progress all the way through. So bear with me, Jim. If you don't have time to watch the whole thing tonight, I understand. But I'm going to try to take it beginning to end. And right now, having the right equipment will make things so much easier on you in the long run. So we're going to go over equipment first, and then right after we get out of equipment, we're going to start talking about yeasts, nutrients, amylase, all these things, and what you need to have in your toolbox and why you need them. And then after that, we're going to jump into cooking up a thin mash. And then I love watching Philly stuff. It's awesome. So we're going to do a thin mash, and then we're going to talk about also grain conversion. And then we're going to talk about fermenting it and signs to look for and how to tell, like we were talking about earlier with the hydrometer. So these are all the things that I'm going to try to cover tonight. So I'm going to answer a few questions. I know there's what's going on, Richard. I know there's some advanced people coming in wanting quick answers to some of their stuff. I may answer their questions real quickly, but I'm going to try to stick with me, and we're going to try to get through all of it, and I'll try to answer all your questions. Then once I get to the end, if there's something that, you don't understand, you can ask, and then, or you can watch the video again, and, I'll be here Wednesday, and Scott hopefully be here, and Clint. And when I get behind, man, I really depend on those guys to help answer a lot of the questions. They're both very knowledgeable, and definitely appreciate having them here. So anyway, back to this. So instead of stirring everything, I get me a battery operated drill or plug-in drill, depending on where you're doing your stuff. And yeah, yeah, I think this one might be 24 inch. Let me see how big it is. Can't believe I left that page. Here we go. Yeah, it's a 23 inch. And it does pretty well. It's almost just like the one I got, except the one I got was nickel plated, and most of the nickels come off, and it gets a little bit rusty from time to time. But I don't use it in my wines that I'm going to drink directly. But yeah, it's probably you can copper plate them, if you wanted to do that. But $10, and this painted one, it should last you a pretty good while. I doubt that if the paint starts, you can also get them stainless, which is very highly recommended. Uh, if you're gonna get into this and be at it a long time, I can't recommend getting a stainless one. Uh, they're a bit more expensive. They're gonna be 3 or 4 times the cost of this. But you'll never have to worry about doing anything to rinse them off. These once they get a little bit rusty and stuff, you're gonna have to clean them up before you use them every time, and that becomes a pain in the ass. So if you can get the stainless one, damn good place to start. But this mixes things up really well. Like if you got some hot water and you got the mash, you're adding sugar, man. This stuff will stir it up. Um, oh yeah, definitely, Scott. Definitely. I would never cook again. Steeping and the high temp, it's revolutionized thing. That way we talked to Jim earlier about he bought that powdered amylase, so we're gonna get him sending that back. We're gonna get some high temp liquid because you just got to, man. It's just so much easier. But still, you're always going to need to stir, and stirring in your corn and stirring in your sugar and stir sugar to dissolve it. This is a pretty good tool to have. You can also get extensions to this. You can get a little extender that will fit right on the end of it, add an extra foot or two to it if you get a garbage can and this doesn't go deep enough. Um, if you get that extender and you're tired of it coming off all the time and having to reset that little Allen key, that it's got a little Allen bolt beside that you have to keep tightening up. I've done it. You can weld that some bitch on there and, just use that extension on the end of this and just consider it permanent and weld the same bitch, and you'll never have to worry about tightening it up again, and you'll have a good long one. But I still adjust. I still time and adjust it with an Allen wrench because sometimes I do smaller distillations and little 10-gallon buckets. And just, sometimes you don't want to be mixing up here. If you got a little bucket on the floor. So all right, so having a good mixer is good. A drill, a good old drill. Get you one from Harbor Freight, cheap, half-inch drill. I do a half inch because some of the mashes and stuff. Once you start mixing up this corn, man, it can get thick, thick, thick. All right, yeah. This is another question some more advanced person asked. Yes, you can do pumpkins, and no, you shouldn't heat them too much because it does have some natural amylase in it if you want to use that, but it's going to be tough. But I would convert it just like you would. I guess you're gonna have to heat it up to break it down. But yeah, use your high temp amylase because it does have a lot of starch. So use your amylase treat them basically like you would a potato or anything else. I don't think that they're on our chart, but I will look. Yeah, I don't think they're on this chart. No. But it's going to be something you're going to want to use the amylase on and break down your starches just the same as you would anything else. So, yeah, just treat it like you would a potato and and cook it down. Add your glucose later, just like we talked about, and then once you get done, mash it in, check your gravity, and add sugar as needed. Yeah, stainless is definitely it's so much easier to maintain, and you can get the copper mesh like we talk about to remove the sulfite. So it's not as critical. It's easy to add your copper plumbing like a copper worm. I'm not going to go try to buy stainless steel coil. That's probably not going to be much cheaper than a good old coiled up, copper. So yeah, for something like that, copper's great and it helps remove, some of the sulfites that way. The plumbing from the steel to your thumper, yeah, it's probably just as going to be just as cheap to buy copper as it is some of those, stainless spools, big long spools. Those can get kind of pricey. So, but yeah, I guess so. 2-inch copper, that shit. Um, but yeah, some of the plumbing on the smaller, stuff, especially like a worm, I would definitely stick with a good copper worm. But as far as having to have copper steels, that's it's no longer it's critical. But you do want to make sure that you get a good, pure copper mesh. I've seen people get this copper plated steel and just it ruins installation. So you want to 100% make sure you get pure copper mesh. You can check it with a magnet. I'm not sure if that's 100% effective, but getting it from a good reputable person, and maybe I can share who I got mine from on Amazon. I think Billy might have it too. I'm not sure. I'll check his site. If not, I think I don't think Billy has it. He might. He's going to put him in search in there. He's got a lot. Well, yeah, I don't know where he would keep it on the. Let's get him a search function. But anyway, pure copper mesh, and it's not much, but getting it from somebody reputable like Phil Billy, or getting it from somebody that's got it off like Amazon, because I do know that some of the ones on Amazon they say it's pure copper and it's not. So maybe it'd be best just to go with Phil Billy than make the mistake, or you could go with Amazon, and if it does, return it and leave bad comment. If you get some that's for sure steel and it magnet sticks to it, return it and in the comments say, this is copper plated steel. It's sitting pure. So the next person, when you read the reviews, they'll know that they're not getting what they order. We'll do, Richard. Yeah. Hey, what I do basically is that one off Home Depot that I put up there. You can get that and an extension. They make an extension just over that, and you can extend it beyond 24. That one I think was 23 inches, if I'm not mistaken, and that's at Home Depot, and it was $10 and change. And let's see, I may be able to. Let me see if I can. Yeah, that's a 23-inch, 5 gallon and more speed spiral mixer is what they call it. But I will share the link with you on Facebook. Give me a second, folks. I would share that it here, but it sends the link over 1,000 things, and I don't want that to happen. So let me find Richard. There's the link, my friend. Yeah, I sent you the link. Yeah, and just while you're there, ask them about an extension, and there should be an extension. It's probably going to be nickel plated, but it's just an extender, and it's got like a Allen wrench set screw that you tighten up to just put it on the end of that, and tighten it up, and that works pretty well. So having that, And let's see, where else were we talking about? We're still on equipment, having a good drill, half inch, and that's where I was. Getting a half inch, and some of these mashes can get really thick. And the cheap 3/8 inch drill, it's going to be like trying to stir drywall up. It's not going to cut it. Yeah, I got me a little TIG welder and a little MIG welder. You can MIG the stainless with stainless, but it's kind of messy. TIG is definitely the way to go. And I'm not sure, you probably get Lincoln or something. I bought one of those little yes welders. I got a really good deal on Black Friday. And normally it's like a 740 dollars setup. It's a 250 amp TIG welder, and it's a pulse TIG and square wave, which is generally a pretty expensive. The same suitcase made by Miller or somebody like that would be thousands, $50,000. Um, yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, you can also, you can uh, you can set your drill up. You can use tie wraps, and I've seen it done different ways. I've taken mine, I've tie wrapped it. You can do it, but you can like put it between, wedge your drill between a couple of pieces of wood and strap it in, tape it in. Drill holes, bolts to hold it in and keep it from moving around, and put it on a hinge, or put it on just a bolt going through one piece of wood below it, and you can kind of four before as your post, and those two separated, and your drill goes in between, and you can just do it like a big huge mixer that you'd have at home, and just have it so you take your mixer out, dump your stuff in, and put your mixer in, and have it mixing as you add stuff. It's pretty handy if you want to build your little stand like that. I've seen people do it where it just sits on top of the cook pot, and it's got a couple of notches drilled in or cut into the wood that fits right on the lid of the pot, and the drill, and everything's just sized right where it gets right above the bottom, and there's a lot of different ways you can rig it up. And show you pictures. There's some pictures of different ways people rigged it up. I know Big Easy had one rigged up similar to what I have, and it works great. It's like a regular little mixer, but you know, times 10. Yeah, it's a good way to do it for sure. Yeah. Now that's another thing is, when we talk about cook pots, and that's, we're going to get there soon or next. That's part of the equipment as well. A lot of people use their steel to boil water in because they don't have a lot of, like if you get that 18 and a half gallon Bever uh, football, you got an 18 and a half gallon pot, right? That you can boil 15 or so before you get sloshy around. But 15 gets pretty heavy, so you just once it gets boiling, you use a smaller pot to handle to dip out of it like a ladle, and you can siphon it over, or you can use a wart pump, whatever you want to use, Uh, but having a big pot, a lot of times people will get a 35 gallon or a $35 keg steel and cut the top out of it, or a $35 15-gallon beer keg and cut the top out of it and just use it for a boiler, just to cook boiler water in and to steep in. And you can insulate that if you want to. You can, put it in something else and foam around it, whatever you want to do. But you don't have to cook with it after you do it that way. Mine, I've got this plastic drum inside another plastic drum, basically a big tall, um, I guess a drum with the lid that snaps on, sitting inside of a larger one that's got the foam around it. One day I'll take my phone out there and start and record some of the stuff I've got and show some of the stuff, or maybe just do a video of everything up running. And be careful about that these days. But yeah, buying a cook pot, buying a stainless pot, a 15 gallon pot, that ain't cheap. Go to Amazon and look up what's 15 times 4. 90, 60, yeah, 60. So 60 quart. Look for a 60 quart stainless pot. See how much that costs you on Amazon. Just look and see. We're at Amazon. 60 quart stainless. 60 quart stainless. Going to cost you, well, there's 80. That's 125. There's 175 for that. Of course, it's got a little. Right here's 60 not for sale. Here's 60, 179, but it's got the steamer basket with it. Here's a no. Yeah, that's aluminum. Now you can also use an old aluminum pot. So if you have an old aluminum, big, huge aluminum pot from your old granny or grandpa or whoever you use, those are fine. Boiling water and everything, those are just perfectly fine. You can use them. You don't have to worry about aluminum islands and all that stuff. Here's 60 quart economy stainless steel kettle. That's the cheapest you're going to find. It is $88. And it doesn't have handles like as sturdy as a keg's going to be. So, you know, that shows you how much money you're going to save just by using kegs. That's the cheapest you're going to find at 80 some dollars. Unless you find one used somewhere or get one off somewhere out of China or something, you might find one a little bit cheaper. But you ain't going to find one, you know. Yeah, I've got one that's I think it's 120 quart, just like 30 gallon. But we use it for shrimp oils and everything else too. It's got the little mash basket that comes with it, strainer basket, so we can do big, you know, crawdad boils, shrimp boils, and other things. You can also boil a lot of potatoes in there if you want to do a vodka or something. There's a lot of corn in that thing. But I like having that 30 gallons because I like doing a bag of corn at a time. That takes about 22 gallons of water to do, so it's easy to keep it boiling in that pot and use it directly out of that pot and keep it going. But like I said, if you don't have anything else, you can use the steel that we've got. Yeah, the aluminum ones are fine. For boiling water, cooking mash, perfectly fine. Don't care what anybody says. Now for fermenting in, no. For distilling in, I would not do it. Some people argue that it's perfectly fine. Or personally, I know that the max sets and some of your mashes can get quite acidic, and that can help break down the aluminum ions when you're cooking. So probably not the best idea to do. But I mean, they've been cooking spaghetti sauce and stuff like that in aluminum for ages. But some say it might make Alzheimer's, some don't. I'm not a doctor. I don't play DNCR, so I'm not even going to begin that argument because I don't think, I'll let the scientists tell it. But according to the science, it's probably best not to use it for those purposes. And a lot of states and health departments don't allow commercial kitchens to use it for those purposes either. So, good business, stick with stainless, where it's safe. But boiling, absolutely boil all the water you want. Cook your mashes, in it all you want, not a problem. But even at the 5, 0.2, it's not going to be a problem. Now, some of your back sets, your mashes are in the 3s, and some even the high 2s, they got stuck and you ferment them. So that's a different story than 5. So, but yeah, and it depends on the type of aluminum, right? So not just seasoning. Some of the aluminums, are less likely to give up those ions than others. I've read quite a bit about it, but I don't want to get mixed up too much in it. Let's try to stick with stainless. And again, a beer cake's a great boiler. It's a great thing to cook mash in. So and it's $35 for a 15 gallon. Those are great if you don't have those big kettle pots to cook in. Yeah, me too. I'm happy where it is right now. 80 during the days and 70 at night. That's perfect temperatures to do your mash and stuff outside. But the 90s, with that direct sunlight, I know a lot of people have those big black, plastic drums and stuff. They're saying, why is my mash stuck? Why? I'm like, not fermenting. And I'm like, is that outside? Yeah. And in the sun, but yeah, I guess some of the day it's in the sun. And like, you take the temperature of that liquid during the day? No, 110 degrees, killing off every bit of yeast and everything in there. Of course, yeah, I don't think we're at fall yet, but I'm definitely welcoming the cool temperatures. I've seen too many hot Septembers to know we're out of the woods yet, but I think we're hopefully past the 100-degree days, in the high 90s, but there's always going to be a week or two. Sometimes, there's always going to be a week or two where it'll come back. But back to your pots, it's always good to have a good pot. If you don't, you can cook in your steel, like that 18.5-gallon beverage. That's a good little cook pot too. And a lot of people ferment in it. It's got the little airlock built into the lid, as you saw, so you can ferment in there using a little airlock. And it's fine and dandy. It's a good little setup to do everything. If you don't want to buy the individual parts, and for a beginner, it's not bad. That or a keg, either one. They're both great for what they do. But like Scott was talking about, um, or was it John talking about? Yeah, getting a keg and just cutting the top out of it. Or was that Scott talking about that? Either way, getting that keg and cutting the top out of it makes a good 15-gallon boiler. You can cook boiler around 14, 15, and that's a good amount for smaller setups. And if you want to use that and your steel to cook in, and both are fine. But having a good vessel to steep in is very important. Like Scott was talking about, cooking corn is fine until you scorch it, and then once you scorch it, you got a lot of malts, you got some expensive barleys, you got some expensive other grains in there that cost a little bit to buy, like some malted wheat or some specialty malts that you got in there, and all of a sudden you're cooking and you scorch it, and it's ruined. Once you scorch it real badly, it's not worth anything. I don't even think the chickens eat it after that. So it's garbage after that. You will never recover from it. Same people try, but once you get a heavy scorch, where you're gonna have to scrape, you can clean your pot and scrub the bottom and really, I'm not talking about just a little bit. I'm talking once you get a pretty heavy scorch, there's no return from it. It's, yeah, yeah, yeah. Watch those videos. There's lots of videos specifically for a lot of these things, and it makes, yeah, absolutely. And they make the parts for it as well. That's right. Yeah, they make good parts for the kegs as well. That's what one of their specialties. That's what they prefer to do is work on selling steel parts and heads and columns and infusers and stuff like that. I mean, you can get corn from them and yeast and all the other stuff. I'm not sure about the mash. He probably does. Um, but yeah, they carry quite a bit of stuff. A lot of good stuff. So anyway, we're boiling water. We've got our drill. We've got our mixer. Let's think about other equipment that we might need. We need a good sized pot, and you're going to need a good burner. A lot of these turkey fryers come with what's called a jet burner, and it's got like a cone built into it. You'll know it when you see it. It's like a metal cone, and gas is forced through that cone up into the bottom of the turkey burner. That is an excellent burner for boiling water. It gets the water hot. It'll get it hot quick, and it'll it'll boil it in a heartbeat. But it's also renowned for putting a lot of heat in one small space, and it's also renowned as being the scorch king heater. So where it focuses all that heat in one spot, if you don't keep those grains stirred and that turned down, it will scorch the fuck out of it. So you definitely should probably go with like a a banjo burner. Let me show you what I'm talking about on a banjo burner. Now, I think the gas one, there's a lot of different companies that make it, but in a 10 inch, here's a 10-inch gas one. That's actually this is the same one I've got, but they also come with a stand. If you want to buy the stand and it together, the stand costs you about 40 to 60 bucks on top of what the burner costs. So if I've seen people use a steel, no, don't use no magnesium tire rims and all that, but get you a good old steel rim, and you can get you a sawzall, you can cut and make a nice mount to mount your banjo burner in there. If you got a welder, weld in some slides, you can adjust it if you want. But once you get a pot that sits on top of that rim, you know about the height that banjo burner needs to be, and you can fix it inside that rim. I know Tyler Johnson did that with his, and his banjo, it worked out real well. Mine, I've just got blocks. I set my pot up on blocks, and I slide my banjo burner underneath, and it's sitting on bricks. It's great. It's worked for years, and it works for me. I'm cheap, so I saved myself 60 bucks being stubborn and frugal. But let me put that picture into. I like having my pictures, man. It helps. I think. Do y'all like having the pictures? See what I'm talking about? 'Cause I know it helps me a lot in describing it because it's really tough for me to. It's really tough for me to describe them. I can say, well, it's kind of round with lots of little holes, but that doesn't. That's not a very good description. Let me take some of these other ones out so I can add that. And there it is. Okay, so you see now, well, maybe the ones on the phone might not be able to see it. Let's see. There, that might make it better. So you can see this is called a banjo burner. This is a 10-inch banjo burner. You can see on the sides there, it's got little holes. Now you can drill a hole in a, or you can have like a slotted piece of metal that allow it to slide up and down. You can just tighten the screw and make it adjustable, or you can make a mount that if you drill a hole that screw will go into where it mounts solid and it stays in the same spot. This is a good size banjo burner. This is 44 bucks on Amazon right now. So, uh, and that's like a 200,000 BTU burner. Man. That gets pretty hot pretty quick, but maybe not as quick as a jet burner. But you can see all those little holes. It spreads the heat out a lot better over a lot larger area, less likely to scorch and a good even heater. And it's great for underneath your steel too, for running under your steel. So it's good for cooking and running, whereas a jet burner, it's pretty much good for boiling water. But I wouldn't put it under my steel, and I certainly wouldn't put it underneath corn because I scorched the shit out of it using a turkey fryer, and pretty much that's used for boiling water. The smaller pots that I use just to help maintain the temperature, steeping. All right, so we're moving along. So we've got our take it down. So we got our burners. Yeah, let's just leave me down there. So we got our burners. It looks like a propane shower head. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it, actually. But yeah, it burns really well. Let's see, that is considered, yeah, it comes with a regulator and hose. That's a 20 psi, 0 to 20 psi. So it's going to be a little more pressure than what your standard grill is going to do. Like your standard um, uh, regulator on a grill, I think is like 10. maybe 15. This goes up to 20. So it's going to give you a little bit more pressure than what you see on like a normal gas grill. But they work really well. So we've got our banjo burner. Now I'm making this list too, so we can add it to the text that I shared. A lot of you will recognize it. Hell, I might even throw some of these pictures in when I do it. So we got pot, burner. All right, let's start thinking about, and we got the mixer, we got the pot, we got the burner, and the stand if you want to buy it. If you don't want to make one, probably be best if you're not handy to go ahead and not be stubborn and worry about it sitting on blocks and all that, and falling down. We have to watch it all the time. Um, but if you have, welder and you like doing crafts and stuff, then it's a lot of fun to build you something that you can work. So we got the burner. What else do we need? I think anything else we might need equipment wise to cook. Oh, for something to steep in. So we need something to steep in. So what are we going to use? We're going to use a cooler. If you got a big, huge box cooler, those are probably one of the best things you can steep in. Because it's already insulated. It's very easy to clean, and it's designed for hot and cold stuff, right? So to keep hot stuff hot, cold stuff cold, and those work really well. And most of them have little drain plugs in them you pull and use. Um, but I'll tell you that yellow corn is not just for hog feed, bro. That yellow corn is in every cornmeal bag you buy and eat. Uh, Yellow dent number two is yellow dent number two. Whether it's used for feeding a hog or for making cornmeal biscuits and corn, it's all good. That yellow dent number two is what makes the best bourbons in the world. Pappy Van Winkle doesn't have heirloom corn in it. It's made with yellow dent number two. So don't, and it's all not animal feed. A lot of people think that yellow dent number two is just animal feed, and it's not. It's a corn that was designed to have high starch content that makes it good for feeding animals for sure, and cows that have the stomachs that can process the starches and stuff. But it's also great for making cornbread and a lot of the cornmeals and stuff. Most all the cornmeals use the yellow dent number two, unless it's the white. Some of the white corns, they have a different strain of corns that they use for white, but they're starchy corns. They're not a sweet corn. Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, but the difference is, yeah, the taco shell, it goes into a lot of that stuff. There's a lot yellow dent just for animals. So a lot. It's kind of a misnomer when people call it animal feed because that's not the case. Now there might be some farmers that raise theirs just for that and kind of don't have the quality and get a smutty corn that's not as good as some of the others, but that they use for silage and feeding. That's great and fine. That same yellow dent number two is used in making tacos, fritos, Tostitos, cornbread and cornmeal and hush puppies and everything else. So, but the thing about it is, you got to look at cost. Heirloom corns make some really, really good, interesting distillates. They make some really good sweet distillates. For craft distillers, they make some really good stuff. And paying $1, a pound to $2 a pound is, for some, that's not an issue, and it's nice to be able to, dapple in heirloom corns and make some heirloom shine and some whiskeys made with those. That they make some really good stuff. Walking Greens, Hopi Blues, Jimmy Reds, all make great shine. I'm not saying they don't, but look at what you're paying. You know, you can go to a farmer and he'll fill up he'll give you 400 pounds for 30 or 40 bucks, and he'll fill up a 55-gallon barrel, for nothing, next to nothing, man. Whereas if that was heirloom, you know, 400 times, 800 to 1,000 versus 30, 40 bucks, that's why, Mike Frame and I sat down and we calculated you get just as much sugar out of starchy corn, converting it almost as a sweet corn, and you know, and the heirloom corns are great, make great liquor. I'm not gonna deny that. And if you can afford to do them and do it as a hobby craft, it's fine. But when it gets down to it, it's for many, it's not a really economical alternative. So, oh yeah, I mean it's great if you can afford to buy the heirlooms. By all means, do it. Definitely makes not necessarily a better liquor. It's just different, right? It's just different sweetnesses and earthiness, and like some people pay a lot of money for Bloody Butcher and they get it and they make some shine out of it, and they're like, shit, I like the yellow dent better. Some will get different ones and they'll be like, shit, that ain't much better than my yellow dent. Now, a lot of them are better. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. They're better and better tasting. But is it worth the difference in money? That's what you have to ask yourself. Is it worth that much more? For us doing little crafts in small amounts, probably it's not going to eat you out, wallet. But once you get into the small craft and start doing it for income, then heirloom corn really is an economical alternative, especially once you start aging it and getting that aged flavor. Because you can, in the white dog, you can definitely tell the difference between a blue Hopi or a high blue versus yellow for sure. What's going on here, buddy? So, with some of those heirloom corns is a white dog, and if that's as far as you plan on taking it, um, absolutely reuse those. You better be reusing them. Um, you want to drain them puppies, get every bit you can out of it. But when it comes to the end, as a white dog, you can definitely taste the difference, in the two. And, like that Ohio blue and that blue Hopi, it's definitely going to be a little bit sweeter and a different sweetness than what you're going to get out of the yellow dent for sure. But you have to ask yourself, how much more is it worth? Then once you put those in barrels and age them and get a lot of that barrel notes and the age notes, a lot of those sweetnesses and the differences kind of start to get lost, right? So then you're even more asking yourself, is it still worth it? Yeah, when you get mints, when you get regular, you buy corn kernels, you're buying seeds. So yeah, you can just buy it to either grind up and distill or save it to plant. I don't think any of them are hybridized to where you can do that. Yeah, I tend to stick to the yellow den. I've done a lot of the different heirlooms. I'm going to try. I want to still try the Oaxacan green and that Argentine orange and some of the newer ones that I haven't tried yet. Some I've got some Trucker's Pride and some other things that I want to try. I love trying them, but in the end, when it all comes back down to it, when I want to fill a 15-gallon barrel up, it's probably going to be yellow dent that I do it with because it's going to take a couple few hundred pounds of corn to do. Yeah, I've got some Amanda Palmer right now. Yep. Yeah, that's all these are definitely good. Alan Bishop designed that Amanda Palmer to give a lot of the different, flavors all in one, and that kind of works. Gets a lot of different flavors out of it. But again, some of the best bourbons in the world that have been rated the best in the world, all made with yellow dent. So you got to ask yourself how much more is it worth. If you got the pockets and you really enjoy just the experimentation of trying different grains and the flavors and into the unique differences of each. I love it. I'm all down there. I'm all down for that. But I also know that there's a lot of people out there that if they can't afford that, you know, you don't need it. You can use that good old yellow dent and get a damn good corn, especially if you want to get you some jar rigs or infusers, get some copper infusers or jar rigs and put your little cream corn in there. That is a lot. All right, now you got me off track. Let's get back to equipment. So we got all our burners, we got our pots. We're almost ready to cook, I reckon. Now, we're going to need water. So, spring water probably the best thing to put in that pot. If you don't have it, uh, having one of these Brita filters or something like that, or one of these motorhome filters on your tap water to help remove a lot of stuff, that works. Um, yeah, just yell it in. That sounds damn good, Scott. That sounds good. Mountain brandy. Yeah, I love it. It's good and sweet. All right, we're in. So we got the burner. All right, what we're going to ferment in. So having the big or steep in, right? So we're gonna talk about steep for the cooking because I think like Scott and I were talking about earlier, really cooking is on the outs now that we've got the high temp alpha and stuff that we can use and uh, and you're not step mashing, because we're not making a beer. We're kind of reverse stepping with corn. So if you're a beer maker, you're used to starting low temperature and going up, and you can do that if you're doing adjunct grains. Right now, we're going to talk about just doing a simple corn, then maybe a simple corn. And once the temps get down a little lower, add some barley, malted barley, for to help convert or to convert everything. If you have a high enough diastatic, we'll talk about that and a little bit about the math as well. We mentioned 131.25 is a good number to remember. 30 is another good number to remember, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. So having something good to steep in. I mentioned a big cooler. So if you have a big 120 quart cooler or something like that, that is the fucking bomb, man. That's awesome. That's the best thing in the world. You can pour your boiling water right in there. You can put your corn on top of it while you're using that mud mixer and stirring it up and add a little bit of hot water as we go to keep it hot. You won't have to use much because that cooler will keep it up to temp pretty damn well. In fact, it may do it too well. It'll take forever to cool off, right? So you might want to dump it out of that into something in your fermenter once you get your alpha amylase in there because it'll hold heat, man, for a long time. Yeah. So if you don't have a big ass cooler and you got these tall drums, they you can get them on marketplace next to nothing. I know a lot of stuff. Uh, They come with pickles. You can get the pickle barrels. You can get those things. I've heard people complaining about, it takes forever to get the pickle flavor out. Well, make pickle shine till the flavor's gone. Make lemonade out of lemons. There's a lot of others in the ones I got were used in the pharmaceutical industry, so pretty much a good rinse out is all they needed, and it was a dry chemical, so it rinse and scrub it out real good. It wasn't fentanyl or nothing like that. So I reckon it'll be safe. I've used them, so I'm here. But those barrels work pretty well. But you can get like a 55-gallon drum, and you can lay some foam at the bottom of it and get that 1 inch foundation foam, whatever. Cut your round pad, sit at the bottom, sit your sit your middle drum on top of that, and then you can get like the window spray foam and then maybe stuff from plastic peanuts in there if you want to, and just kind of build up a good fermenter that's insulated, great for steeping, and it'll take a while to cool down like the cooler, but it really helps to avoid burning. And when it does cool down naturally, slowly like that, you're doing a lot of the rest that we talk about in the chart here, a lot about the different rests that you take. So here you see about this purification rest range. That's a good range. You also have a protein rest range down here. to cut down on haze. I guess the beer makers know a little bit more about that. So it's nice to have that slow drop in temperature. And if you get impatient, you can always drop a chiller down in there and cool it off quicker. But it's fine to let it naturally cool. So we're up here at 185, and we've added, our alpha amylase. So we've got, let's go ahead and put a number 7 in insulated steeping pot, steeper, insulated steeping vessel, whether it be a big barrel or a cooler. Coolers work real well if you got a big cooler, and you can use it when you go fishing, camping, whatever. And then when you're ready to, when you're ready to steep, pull that jewel out. You'll be ready to go. So we're now about to the point where we can look at our chemicals. All right, what chemicals do we need to go into this mash? What all do we need? So we're going to need citric acid, and it's good just to buy a bag of that. You can use lemon juice; that gets expensive, but just having citric acid, a bag of it, it's or an acid blend if you want to spend a little bit more that has malic acid and what the other acid is, malic and citric and something else. Winemakers use it. I use that, but it's a little bit more expensive and it's not necessary if you're not winemaking. It's good if you make wine, brandies. So you can either get citric acid or acid blend. All right. What other chemicals might we need? Now, for those that like to use Campton tablets to kill everything off, uh, you can, that might be something you want to add to your toolkit. It's basically 9 potassium metabisulfate or Campton tablets, Campden, Campton tablets. And that'll basically kill off everything that's in there for winemaking and for making your brandies and things like that. Not as essential for the grain, so we're not going to really delve into it much here for that. That hot water that we just put on the corn, that's going to kill any bacteria on that corn off, right? So bacteria is not going to be as big an issue. So we're not going to need those chemicals. That's something that you need to keep in your little toolkit times when you do need it. pH. All right, John, awesome. Crushed oyster shell. Let's go ahead and do that. And I was just getting ready to mention pH, and you put that in there. That's awesome. I guess we should have put a pH tape in our equipment. So maybe I'll add that to our equipment. pH tape or meter. I like to use the tape. I hate calibrating the meters. It's so much easier just to tear off a little bit of that tape, put it in there with tweezers, look at it, measure the color, and it's just, you don't have to calibrate all the solutions and calibrate and all that shit. I've been through dozens of those pens over the years for different things, and I'm done with them. So crushed oyster shells is awesome. So one thing that we do want to do is when we get ready to mash in, we want to make sure that that water is 5.2 pH. It helps in conversion. It helps kill any bacteria, and it really does aid in the conversion of the grains. When we're talking about the starches and breaking those down, because that acid forms as a catalyst, so it helps speed up that reaction of the enzymes breaking down, those starches. So, just like when we invert sugar, breaking that glycosidic bond between the sucrose and the fructose, the glucose and the fructose in the sucrose, that acid is the catalyst in breaking that bond. That acid that we had here in your, and a lot of people don't know this. This is a secret into getting a really good conversion. When people like, yeah, I've done that same thing. Mine never get that kind of conversion. Is having that acid in there, and also use glucose. But having that acid in there to help break those bonds, it's a good catalyst. So add that citric acid to your water and get it to 5.2, 5.3. Not have to exact, 5 to 5.4 in that range, fine. But it will help in that conversion. So we lower that pH down and we get it ready to do the conversion. Let's see what other chemicals might we need. So we might need some pectic enzymes sometimes in this toolbox. So if we're doing fruits, so let's go ahead and put pectic enzymes. Of course, we have to, of course, have that liquid high temp alpha. And the glucoamylase, the liquid glucose, and the liquid high temp. We had a fellow here earlier. He bought some of that powdered stuff. That used to be all we had, and it worked okay. But now that you've got the liquid, like Scott and I've been telling you, brother, don't you don't want to go without it. Definitely don't want to go without it. So glucose, liquid glucose, you definitely got to have those. Now let's talk about nutrients. There's a lot of different types of nutrients. You probably heard a lot of people talk about tomato paste, um, raisins, and a lot of tomato paste has some benefits. It doesn't have the yan and fan. Um, Fermented dough. Fermented dough is an organic fermented. A lot of people prefer that. They don't like the urea. They're really paranoid about the urea. A lot of people need on that. A lot of Fermaxes have reduced or eliminated urea, and some of them have very, very, very low percentages of it. Um, but Fermax, Fermade, DAP, diammonium phosphate is probably the one that has probably more urea in it, just the plain DAP. But if you get a Fermax or a Fermade or a Fermo, Fermado, and they make several different varieties. I know that we were talking a couple of weeks ago about Firm Solutions has something out as well that is pretty good. But basically, what you have to have is called yan and fan, and that's yeast assimilable nitrogen that your yeast have to have to in order to benefit from it. So it doesn't just have to have the nitrogen in there. It has to have something that the yeast can use, right, in the form that it can use. So yan and fan and free amino nitrogen is what the fan stands for. So having both of those there is essential. And like tomato paste doesn't have it. Raisins is probably one of the worst things to use to use as a nutrient. Very little out of the raisins. It will give it some flavor. Some people like it because when I add that stuff, man, you should see it take off. And that's because of the wild yeast that's on it. So that has nothing to do with nutrients. Has nothing to do with happy yeast. It just has to do with wild yeast going fast. So diammonium phosphate, probably one of the cheaper, but probably one of the least preferred of them all. But it's still great. It's still perfectly fine. Huge places to use it is fine. Some people don't like the urea in it. Uh, Pretty much what most of your Fermax is made from. Probably what most of your nutrients is made from, but some of them will have different amounts, and some may not have urea in it. Uh, there may be some issues with people personally have with urea. I haven't really delved much into it. I just use the old Fermax that has very little in it, and it works pretty well, and it doesn't seem to impact the flavor. Fermo, a little bit more expensive, and I don't think it has any in it at all, so that'd be a really good alternative if that's a concern. But having a little bit of nutrients, even like in an all corn, having a little bit of nutrients in that wouldn't be a bad idea because really corn doesn't have enough on its own. Anytime you add a malted grain or a lot of these adjunct grains, will have like wheat. If you add any ground up wheat in there, it's going to be fine. Whether it's malted or not. Barley, if you have ground up barley, whether it's malted or not, it's going to be fine. It's going to have that yan and fan in there. A lot of those other grains, seed grains, will have it. Corn alone, not so much. I mean, it's barely doesn't even have enough amylase to fully convert itself. So much less nutrients. So if you want to put a little in there, it wouldn't hurt, but you don't want it to go full stream because there are some in there. It's just maybe not enough. Now back to the tomato paste. The tomato paste does add a lot of essential other vitamins that can benefit a fermentation. I used to say the same thing about tomato paste as I did about raisins until I did some research, and then I found that there are some good minerals and stuff inside, like calcium and there's a whole host of things in there that really help the fermentation along, biotins and other things that 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 help the fermentation. So you can't depend on them, but it's okay to use those as a supplement. So use the Fermo or Fermate or Fermax and a little bit of that if you want to. Wouldn't hurt. Uh, I'm not sure how it would impact your flavor. Don't use a brandy or a wine that you intend to drink or a beer that you want to drink. But I'd say it's just fine to add. It probably make you a little happier yeast. So there's other things in there that probably not in Fermade, Fermo, or Max. So I know I've heard a lot of people grind up vitamins and put in there. That's fine, but you don't want to use any vitamins that are high in iron. Iron is your enemy. So earlier when we were talking about well water, that's one of the biggest problems with well water is a lot of iron. So see, orange around any drips in your thing or anything like that, it's probably not going to be good water to use because it's in it. So some well water is fine. You got to check out how it's softened and how it's purified. If you got a salt purification system in there, it's probably not going to be good. It's going to be a high soda water that the yeast don't like. Um, so um, that's why it's probably best to use a distilled or a stream, nice little creek or spring water. But if you don't have that, tap water is okay. You can let it sit and gas off if your local municipality uses chlorine. Most don't anymore. Most use chloramine, and that doesn't really gas off very easily. So a lot of times, having to use maybe reverse osmosis and then add in some nutrients to the water, some calcium, which is essential, zinc, another thing that I forgot that tomatoes add, that and vitamins add that's essential, zinc, very important in your fermentation and the process of the fermentation. But you have to have like calcium and zinc in there. I mean, they're essential. So you don't want to strip the water with like an RO and strip everything out because there's some things in there that you need. So mineral water works okay for that reason. But if you do use RO, just remember that you need to add some things back. I'm trying to think of what's that I've got in there. Gypsum. You can add I've got calcium and I've got gypsum that I add back to RO water to help introduce some of this stuff back. I don't have any zinc or anything like that. But adding, crushed up vitamins that have zinc, you can do that route. But old tap water's fine if you can run it through a Brita or some kind of filtration system. It's not the best, it's not optimal, but 90% of the world doesn't have springs. So you're gonna have to put what you got. Damn it, Tex, I hate hearing that, brother. We got just not yesterday, but day before, we got a, a rain. I don't know if I've ever seen it rain so hard in such a short period of time. It's almost like it just poured as it passed. I mean, it was so hard, so fast. It rained maybe 5 minutes, and the damn my street, and the end of the street was puddling in the gullies. And for a short rain, I mean, it just poured, literally poured the rain. I've never seen a rain that heavy in a short period of time. Things are strange. I don't know. They talk about all, people manipulating the weather. And I don't know. Something's changing. I don't think it's just the global warming either. Something is, you know, tornadoes have shifted east. We're seeing storms that we never seen. We're seeing, earthquakes all over the place, volcanoes erupting. Good times for all we know. But back to water. We'll need water. So having a good source of water uh, be fine. Let's pray for everybody in Western North Carolina. We don't want to see that shit flood like it did again. I tell you, if y'all haven't been there, man, you have no idea how bad those floods were. We get flooded in Eastern Kentucky every 10, 15 years, and I've been through several of them growing up, and they were bad floods. Don't get me wrong. Um, but I've never seen quite when it floods where we're at, the waters aren't raging, moving. It's generally slow moving water, and but it goes up high when it floods and houses float and damage the same. But it take a lot of the earth with it. The rains they saw with Helene, it took a lot of earth with it. I-40. I thought when I-40 was messed up, I thought, well, just certain areas got washed out where there's rivers that cross it and there's bridges. They probably had to rebuild the bridge. And water got washed out, and maybe got washed out some road, little spots here and there. No, I mean I'm talking miles of the road was right next to a river, and it cut the entire side of a mountain out for miles. But I'm talking, you look down from the road that's existing now, that's what's left on the eastbound lane or the westbound lane. The eastbound lane's washed out. You can look down; it's like 200 or 300 yards down to where the river is now, of just completely washed out. It's unbelievable how much it'll take. They're trying to fill it in. It'll take them. I don't know that it wouldn't be just cheaper to reroute or just take the damn mountain and just blast it, and let it slide down and fill, and just put in a new road above that. That's the rest water. It's going to take decades and billions of dollars to fill all that, build the road back the way they're doing it. So yeah, it's going to already, man. I hate that. Yeah, 441. That was the damn bypass, wasn't it? That's the bypass to get to Maggie. That's horrible. That's awesome. You got good well water. Now limestone's great. And even here in Kentucky, limestone. One of the reasons that a lot of distilleries located here is because of water, good limestone water. But there were still a few places here in Kentucky that had some iron mixed with that limestone, which is very common. So having limestone is a huge plus, and just make sure that it doesn't have a lot of iron. I know in Eastern Kentucky, it's a lot of iron. In most every well back there. A lot of limestone, a lot of iron too, and other because of the coal and having to do with a lot of the seepage and stuff. So not probably not as good there. The groundwater, but in Central Kentucky, man, it makes some of the best. It's good. Not a lot of iron. It's really good stuff. So iron is a big no-no. You don't want iron in your water, in your fermentation, or in your nutrients. Which gets us back to what we're talking about nutrients. All right. And we talked about the crushed oyster shell. So we got a little bit of nutrients that we're going to add. So we've talked about the temperature we're steeping the corn at, right? And we're letting it steep. So as that corn cools down, when it gets to about 185 degrees, we're going to add that high temp liquid alpha amylase. We're going to use that mud mix I was showing you. We're going to stir that shit in, and it's going to be like the heaviest cream corn you ever saw. If you've ever had corn pudding, then you'll know the thickness of the corn pudding. It'll be like that, but thicker. And second you pour that high temp alpha in there, it's just a little bit of liquid that you use. You don't use much at all. And stir that stuff in, and it just starts liquefying before your eyes. It's amazing. And we talked about that on the science. The one where I delved into a little bit more of the science of it, talking about how these enzymes break up these long starch strains, right? And it's called liquefaction, saccharification and liquefaction, both happening at the same time. So we're chopping up a lot of these heavy starch, long chain starches, and as we chop them up, we're thinning it out. So we're going from more of a like a syrup, like we were talking about how the hydrometers gets higher because of the syrup, more sugar. It's breaking these sugars up into fermentable sugars, and it's thinning them out, and it's hydrolyzing. So we're getting more liquefaction, and it's becoming a liquid. So as we break up all these thick starches, it becomes less starchy and it liquefies. It becomes a lot thinner and easier to work with. That's why having that high temp alpha is such a benefit over that powder amylase. That powder you have to wait till it gets down to 155. So you got to wait and you got to stir it up. The more you stir it, it cools it off. And so you got to wait till it gets to 155. Then you got to make 150, 155 with that stuff. With liquid high temp alpha, you throw that shit in 185, you start stirring that stuff in, it gets really liquidy and soupy very quickly. And once that happens, you just let it sit until it gets to, on the chart, look at barley malt, right dead center of that chart. You see where it says barley malt? And you see the little dumbbell right there in that green. That goes from 145 to 155. So as your cooling mash starts to cool off, when it gets to 155, if you want to use some barley malt, right now's your time. So you put that in there and you stir it in real good, and you'll see some more thinning going out. Now, some people say, well, do you want to use that high temp if you're going to use barley malt? You don't have to, but I will say that if you want to use maybe half of the high temp that you normally would, that'd probably be a good idea if you're going to use the barley malt, right? So using half will help get that thick corn, gelled corn, more manageable, lets it cool off quicker, and it'll make for a fuller, more positive conversion. Also, these malted grains are pretty expensive. Now, I did say that we're going to talk about the math a little bit, and that's what we're going to do now. So we've already know how to the equipment we need, and we know what temperature to cook the corn at, and for how long. Now we're cooling off. We put our liquid in there, so we're cooling off, and we can either let it cool off to 100, 10 to 100 degrees. And then we can add our glucose, or we can just let it cool off to 155. If we plan on using some malt or some other malt or adjunct grains, you can start adding those in at the temperature range given on this chart here. So we've already gelatinized our corn. It's cooling off. It's cooling off. Now we're at 155. So if you have some barley malt that you want to add, you can do that. Now let's figure on how much barley malt to add. Let me take this chart off and put up a big ugly face while I find my other chart here. Lord, let me make those bigger. I can't see it. Extra large icons. Yeah, that's much better. Is this diastatic? I can't tell what. No. That's a good chart though. I'll show sometime on the event. Here, let's see. Give me a second here. I need to label my charts better. I still can't see the damn thing. I'm going to put my glasses on. I'm going to have to make it smaller too so I can see the people leaving there we go. Don't leave. I'll make it extra small again. I will punish. All right. So this shows diastatic power. All right. So the diastatic power is a conversion power. Okay. So imagine diastatic power basically means how much amylase that each of these contain to help break down the grain, right? So remember me telling you about the magic number being 30. We talked earlier about 131.25 being a good number to help you break down the starting gravity or original gravity and final gravity, or starting gravity and ending gravity, or I've seen it notarized different ways. But subtracting the 2, then multiplying it by the 131.25. That's a good number to keep written down. Here's another good number, 30. It's pretty close to 131. It's 30. Hey, from Lancaster, what's up? I'm glad. Spread the word. Let's get this hobby going. So 30 is a great number. And what basically 30 tells us is how much diastatic power we need for each pound of corn, right, that we're using. So if we've got, say, 20 pounds of corn, let me switch this over and get our little handy dandy calculator out here. So if let's just say, I'm going to do 50 because that's a bag of corn. So if we've got a bag of corn, 50 pounds of corn, how much diastatic power are we going to need to convert it? So we can go 50 times 30, and that's 1,500. So if we're using any of these malts, your red wheat's going to probably have your malted red wheat has got your highest diastatic power. Here's your 2-row barley. Your 6-row is probably going to be pretty much equivalent to the white wheat here. It's going to be 150, 160. Your 6-row, 2-row is a little less, but one of the good things about it, 2-row generally has better flavor than the 6-row, but the 6-row is a better converter. So what's happened is over time, a lot of beer makers and stuff, they don't care about a lot of conversion power. They don't need a lot of diastatic power to make a beer. They're more interested on flavor because you're drinking the mash, right? It's like a wine versus a brandy. So you're going to need less diastatic, so they go with a better flavor 2-row. And some, that's an opinion, better flavor. But 80 out of 100 people will say it's better flavor. 20 out of 100 say the 6-row is better flavor. So generally speaking, most people consider it a little better flavor. And there's a lot more choices of 2-rows than 6-rows, and it's a little less expensive because it's more commonly used in the brewing industry. A lot of people are getting away from using malts, period, because of the exogenous enzymes that we can now use. We don't have to have them like we used to. We don't have to have a malted grain. And, there's a lot of different things you can malt. I mean, I know somebody was asking about pumpkins earlier. You can malt a damn pumpkin seed and get some amylase out of it, alpha and beta amylase out of it. There's endogenous enzymes. Probably watermelon seeds is the thing. You can do that if you want to go to that trouble. But malting, I don't know what kind of flavor a pumpkin seed would have though. But so Steve, if you're listening, do it. So don't, cook your pumpkins up. I guess I told him all about that. Anyway, so we've got 1,500 for a 50-pound bag. So we need 1,500 and a 6-row. I can't believe it doesn't have 6-row on here. A 6-row. All right, I'm good. So just cook them up, heat them up, and break it down with your amylase. Heat them up in water and get you 185, and do it just like you would a potato or corn or anything else. Add your alpha when it gets cooler, add your glucose. But there are natural sugars in there too. So get done doing that, you can use your hydrometer and see how much sugars you're going to have to add. I'd say I'd do brown sugar with it. It'll probably give you a pretty good flavor along with that pumpkin. Might be interesting, have a little bit of that molasses flavor along with it and make a pumpkin run. Might be pretty interesting. So back to this. So a 6-row is going to be 150. I can't believe they don't have that in this chart. So, well, let's just go. I want to make sure. I know the one I use, I'm pretty sure it's 150, but let me check on Amazon here. And pretty sure 6-row. Let me get one that shows diastatic. And lots of 2-rows. Here we go. Have them. I can't believe they wouldn't include that. Give me damn love a bond, and I ain't calculating that shit. Let me find somebody that knows how to. Same people. No, this is different. Maybe they'll. No, they're talking about level bond. I don't know who did that calculation. Anyway, 6 row is going to be about 150. You can check. You can check and see what it is. It varies a little bit depending on how modified it is. We talked last week about modified, fully modified, under modified, and modified, uh, depending on how well the malt house gets it, whether it's fully modified, all of the exact same. What's going on, Cowboy? So depending on how far along everybody gets it, so that's you're going to use that. But anyway, so we got 1,500. We got our 50-pound bag of corn times our 30 that we're talking about. So we're going to go. If we got some 6 row, which we're going to say is 150. So we can divide that 1,500 by 150. That gives us conveniently 10 pounds. So 1,500 divided to 150 gives us 10 pounds. So we know we need 10 pounds of 6 row to add to the 50-pound bag of, and that's 20%. If you had 100-pound corn, that'd be 20 pounds. So that's 20%, right? 50 is 20%. So that'll be about right for most people. Most people say about 20% will do it. And you always want to kind of a little bit overdo it. So there you go. But if you have a little bit higher diastatic, you got that wheat, uh, and you got the 180. You could use 8.3 pounds. So 30 is a good number, and a number that we can use. Now, if you get a combination of these two, you're going to have to use a little bit more math. So let's say you've got 5 pounds 140 and 5 pounds 160. You're going to have to add the 160 to 140 together to get a 300 divided by 2. So you have an average of 150. But you won't always have that equal, equal ratio. So it's going to be a little tougher math, but I don't think it's anything beyond what we can figure out. And if so, it's better just to err, and you can't use too much unless, of course, it's like a chocolate malt or something like that, which have no diastatic power. Also, good point to add. A lot of the a lot of the malts and stuff that you get, there's some specialty malts out there, chocolate malt, dark malts, and smoked malts, and some of these things that have no diastatic power at all. They're denatured when they go into the process of heating them to make them the chocolate malt and all this. So even some of the blonde malts, may not have a diastatic at all. So check it when you get it. Some of the specialty malts, they're not going to be just like a regular 2 row or 6 row. So another thing though is that if we use the 2 row, we can just use it for flavor. So we don't have to worry about diastatic as much because we got the liquid alpha that we can use if we want, and we can vary how much we use, right? So if we're going to use 10 pounds for every 50, we wouldn't need hardly any, would we? But we can do half of what we would normally use, and then we can use maybe half of the 6 row that we would normally use because we've already used half the alpha, and we're going to add some glucose at the end. So the beta and alpha that the malted grain gives us, you know, is going to be less of a necessity, right? So it just depends. Again, if we're going to do all corn, we're not going to use any of these malts. We're going to add full power liquid high temp, and then we'll add full power glucose when we get down to 110, 100 the yeast pitching temps, and then we'll be able to just rely on the exogenous enzyme, just a plain corn. So that's part of the waiting process. Now, there, you can see in this chart, there's lots of different other things. This wheat is not a malted wheat. This rye is not malted. These oats are malted, but it tells you what temperature that you want to add to your mash. And after you do your barley malt, if you want to throw in some wheat, sweeten it up, You can throw it right in there, right in that same tip. See, because barley malt right in the middle of that dumbbell is the upper limits of wheat. So you can add your wheat in there, and as it starts cooling down a little bit, getting to 145, you can start throwing a few handful of oats in there if you want to. And this is kind of reverse stepping it, and you can start adding adjunct grains. Now, if you are going to add these adjunct grains, I'll say you're going to need to start adding a little bit more water too, because things are going to start getting thick on you, and you can start adding some gallons of water. Now, if we started out with 2.5 pounds of corn for every gallon of water, we're definitely going to have to start adding down here. That's why I say if you're going to use adjunct grains later, then you can use less water in the beginning because you're going to add some water, or I'm sorry, less corn per gallon of water. So we're going to go with 2 pounds or 1 3/4 pounds of corn, start cutting back on the corn so we can add some additional grains later. So it's all according to what you want in the ratio. You can play with it a little bit, but you're definitely going to start 1 3/4 to 2 pounds if you're going to add a little bit later, which I do. I love throwing in a couple few handfuls of oats. I love throwing in some wheat, and along with my barley malt. I don't do rice much, so I can not add a lot of that, if any. But wheat and oats I like to use, so I add those. So whatever grains you use, this chart will be very beneficial in telling you how much. 160 for 6 row. Appreciate that, brother. So that's going to be pretty much like the white wheat dip. So we do the same. Let's do it again. So we got the 50 pounds of corn, and then remember 30. So always remember 30. Multiply that by 30. We got 1,500 that we need static power to cover. So if we got 1,500, just divide that by 160. That tells us we need 9.375 pounds of 6 row. Now it generally speaking, it's okay to air. It's always better to have a little bit more than not enough. So, that way you don't have unfermentable dextrins called dextrins in there, or limit dextrins that your yeast can't eat during fermentation. So 9.375. So if you get a good 6 row there, I didn't do the 1,500 divided by the 140. So if we decide to go 2 row for flavor, we're going to probably do about 10.7, so almost 11 pounds. So we're not talking about a huge difference, in weight. And again, if we use that liquid high temp at the beginning and the glucose at the end, doesn't really matter much. So we're using less of those if we're going to add that malt. If not, we're going to use them full strength. Yeah, I'm saying we're just at 1040 and we're cooking, man. We're adding the malts and we're getting ready to let it cool and add the glucose. So at this point, we've figured out how much of these malts to add if we want to use some of their diastatic power. Now, these malts not only have the alpha, they have something called beta glucanase, and that's a little bit different than glucoamylase. But they're both exo enzyme, meaning that they break down the starches from the outside. The alpha branches from the inside. I mean, we talked about that on the science a couple of weeks ago, how the alpha amylase starts at the inside and debranches some of these complex, large strains of starches. So now we're going to use these malts. So this beta glucanase I'm talking about, it's similar to glucoamylase in that it starts debranching from the outside. Not quite as effective as the glucoamylase, but it's pretty effective. But it will still leave some dextrins. So the true conversion process, even if you do it 100% or as efficiently as you can, just that beta amylase alone probably not going to give you a full 100% perfect conversion. You're always going to have a little bit of limit dextrins in there left over. And how much really depends. If you, like I said, if you didn't start with some acid in your water, some of those bonds aren't going to get broken as easily. So you may have a few more. But there's certain things like that that you can do to certainly cut them down. But without that glucose, will it totally break them all up, disaccharides and monosaccharides? Probably not. You might have some trisaccharides that the yeast may take a while to eat and can, and then there may be some trisaccharides and some oligosaccharides that it just can't eat at all. Those are lipid dextrins. Those are unfermentable sugars. So your hydrometer is going to show them the sugars because it can't tell whether it's a fermentable sugar or not. It just says sugar's there. It doesn't know if they're broken down or not. So, when a lot of people get stuck fermentations, it's like, well, my pH is right, my temperature's right, the yeast is viable. What the hell we done wrong? Nothing. You just have some sugars in there that aren't broken down enough to where the yeast can eat them. So you have dextrins. And there's only one thing you can do is either just go ahead and just distill it as is, or you can always add some glucose in there. It'll break those on down, but it'll take time to break those down, and then your yeast can then consume them, and everything will be fine. If it's like 1.050 on the hydrometer, is it going to be worth the time and effort? If you're way up here and you got 1.050 and it's really close to one, no, it's not going to be worth just adding the glucose just to that. A lot of times you don't want it to get it below one because it'll get dry. Now in wines and stuff, sometimes getting below one is good because if you want a good dry wine, a blanc or something really dry, you can let it finish eating the sugars. Or if you want to kind of have it as sweet wine, you can kill your yeast off that Canton tablets that I was talking about earlier. You can kill your yeast off with those, or pasteurize it, and heat it up and kill everything off, and then let it cool down. Probably most effective to use. A lot of people use a potassium sorbate, which will basically neuter the yeast where they can't breed anymore. So when they get old, they just die and then they go away. They just all die off. Or you can just kill them with potassium metabisulfite or the Canton tablet. But that's how you have a sweeter wine, or something that you can back sweeten without worrying about your wine start fermenting again for your winemakers out there. So anyway, or brandy makers. So now we're waiting. We've got everything. We're waiting on our mash. We're waiting on me to make my picture small. It's just all over the place. All right. So now we're letting things cool. Let me see my chart again. So we're letting things cool. We're getting it down to below 120. And damn, if that thing doesn't jump up there like there. So once it gets cool to yeast pitching temps, now we're going to check our pH again. So we want to make sure we're still pretty close to the 5.3. Sometimes if we add, some fruits or something like that, if it's a brandy that we're making, we'll have a little bit lower pH if it's acidic. Grains usually are pretty neutral. They don't really change the pH a lot. So if you started out with 5.2, it may be at 5.6 now. And you might need to add a little bit of citric acid to it. But another thing we're going to do, we mentioned earlier in the equipment in chemicals and stuff that we need is crushed oyster shells. So buy them at the farmer's feed and supply store. Everybody uses them for their chickens. It's basically crushed oyster shells, and I think there's probably also some what do they call that? Here's my mind going, man. It's going bad. I appreciate that. Damn, man, what's wrong with my mind? Getting old, man. It sucks. Simple words I'm looking for. Anyway, this is coral, crushed coral. There's going to be some oyster shells and a little bit of coral mixed in it with it. That's where they source this stuff from. So 15-pound bags, or I'm sorry, 15-pound bags are like $8, maybe $7, $8. 50-pound bags or 40 or 50-pound bags are like 12. So it's a no-brainer. If you do grow a garden, it's good to go ahead and get the 50. I always get the 50. They don't go bad. Keep them in a steel bucket, and they don't go bad. I do boil them to make sure I get any kind of salt or any kind of organism that may have been growing in there. I get that killed off and out. They say they're purified. Um, I don't take anybody's word for that. I'm going to boil them and let them dry out, and then get you some cheesecloth and throw a few handfuls in there, and tie up your cheesecloth, ball it up tight, and throw it in there. Well, the calcium carbonate is pretty good. We're not raising pH right now, John. What we're basically doing is creating a buffer, and that's why we use the calcium carbonate and instead of a sodium bicarb, or like baking soda, uh, because the sodium in the sodium bicarbonate tends to bubble up crazily. The sodium bicarbonate. Now it's good for raising pH, but what most people want to use is pickling lime. Is probably the best thing to raise your pH with, and it's a calcium hydroxide, and it will cause the bubbling up, but it doesn't have the sodium. The sodium, again, the yeast don't like the salt. It kills yeast. It causes stress. Whereas the calcium hydroxide, it will cause the bubbling up. And again, but let me go over what all happens. If in the begin, let me include this discussion. All right, now's a good time, I guess. We're adding chemicals, right? So we've got our mash. We're getting ready we're checking pH. Now we add the coral, the crushed coral and oyster shells to basically buffer. It's not going to shoot the pH up. It buffers. So you can take some of this calcium carbonate powder and mix it in water, and it just sits on the top. You try to mix it in, it'll stick to the spoon, and it does everything but want to mix into the water. It's very, very stingy about that. It does not like to mix with water. And that's one of the reasons why we can't really use it to raise pH quickly. So it's not used for raising pH, it's used for buffering. And what this does is during the fermentation process, as acids are formed, right? Amino acids and organic acids are formed, and so as these organic acids are formed, the pH tends to start dropping, right? And as that acid starts to build up and drop, that shells, that calcium carbonate in there, that acid will try to eat away at that. And what happens is it helps neutralize some of these acids slowly over a longer period of time. So it doesn't prevent the acids from forming. It helps prevent them from getting low enough to where it's going to stress your yeast out. Because we know that there's going to be acid forming. It's just part of the natural process of fermentation. It's just a chemical. It's going to happen. And in sugar washes and heavy sugar, it tends to happen at a faster rate. A lot of the um, grain, you won't run into issues. You can. So it's good to have that pouch of crushed oyster shells in there just as a backup, right, to help prevent it if it were to happen. It's more and more important the more sugars that you have. So, like a brandy, definitely need it more. A sugar wash or a tequila that's heavy in syrups and sugars, need even more. It's even more necessary because of pH crashes happen. Now back to adjusting pH, what John was talking about. When sometimes during fermentation, if you forget to add those shells, or if you don't have enough shells in there, that is something you'll get a feel for. You'll have to raise pH because once your pH is really close to 3 or below, that's getting to the point where the yeast really aren't tolerant anymore. The yeast have been selectively bred over years, many, many years, to tolerate certain acidity levels. And the reason they do that, they want the acidity of a fermentation to be low. It's like if you can, vegetables and stuff, you need to have, add that citric acid to it, or add some acid, lemon juice, whatever, to help keep things preserved, right? To keep that bacteria from building up. And it's the same thing in a fermentation. We want a lower pH to help prevent unwanted bacteria from building up and giving you all flavors that you don't want and make it rank or undrinkable. So, having that acidic environment and that low oxygen environment, which is why we try to cover it up, and not leave it open air, which I know what's coming next. A lot of big, huge distilleries have open air, but they also have controlled environments. They have 5,000 gallons of ferment going that goes about 3 or 4 days. That's a grain, and a little fruit fly is not going to really affect that with the acetobacters that are on it. So it's nothing burger, right? But in hobby distilling, when we got like a gallon or 5, and we've got acetobacters and stuff getting introduced and other bad contaminants, it can take over 5 gallons pretty quickly, right? And if it's something like a brandy that's going to be done over a longer period of time, um, and it has a lot longer period to develop. Whereas in a grain, 3 to 5 days, if you do everything right, it should be ready to go in 3 to 5 days, and you don't have to really worry about those buildups, right? But help keep them, putting a towel over it, keep critters out, and just loosely setting the lid on it. You don't want to seal it. So if you seal it, you got to have a bubbler or something to let hit the air. You can make your own bubblers, or you can just loosely put a towel over it, set the lid on it. So CO2 has an opportunity to build up inside the chamber. That's all. And as CO2 builds up, it drives the oxygen out, less oxygen, less bacterial buildup. So, but getting back to pH adjustment, um, the calcium hydroxide pickling lime, probably one of the better things to have if you don't have it on hand. Baking soda or anything's better than letting your yeast get stressed. So getting the yeast less than a pH of 3, getting into the 2, it's going to start stressing, killing yeast, and then it's going to start producing all flavors, and it's not going to be a good taste. So, but at the same time, what happens is if you use the sodium bicarbonate baking soda, you create a lot of oxygen in there, right? So we were talking about I didn't mention it, but when you pitch your yeast, you really want to stir the shit out of your mass. You want to chop it up. It's best to do a yeast starter, like a jar, with the warm water and sugar to make sure the yeast is A, viable, and B, foaming up good. Do it in a pot inside the jar. So when it foams over, which it will one day, you'll catch it in the pot. You can just dump it all in your fermenter. It'll be fine. But when you add that yeast, you really want to stir it and oxygenate, super oxygenate that water. So that stir that we're showing, that little mud mixer, mix the shit out of it and get it chopped up, get lots of oxygen in there, because you really want a lot of oxygen at the beginning of fermentation, because oxygen, it makes your yeast want to breathe. So when your yeast get in that really heavy oxygen environment, they start breathing on it, right? So, like in your starter, that's why you want to shake that starter up and get it mixed up really good, put a lot of oxygen in it. It gets into breathing real quick, right? And that sugar, it starts eating and breathing, they go crazy. So it'll foam up if it's good. It'll foam big time in your jar, and you got some good yeast. So when you dump that in the water or in your mash, stir the shit out of it, and it starts into, breeding. After a day or so, that stops, and the oxygen is slowly going out as fermentation starts. Carbon dioxide is given off. That's one of the byproducts of fermentation. So CO2 is starting to come out, and it's forcing all the oxygen out of the chamber, the fermenting vessel, whatever. And as it does that, less oxygen in there, so it becomes from an aerobic solution to an anaerobic solution, right? So we had aerobic, meaning lots of oxygen in there to breathe. Then it becomes anaerobic, and the yeast are less likely to be breathing and more likely to be eating. That's what we want to encourage them to do. So we keep that anaerobic environment, and that's why people ask about stirring their mashes up during it, and musts up during it and all that. You really don't want to stir them up much. If you've got a cap that's raising, you can gently push your cap down to keep it moist and let that alcohol soak in there. It'll do 2 things. It'll help bleach a lot of flavors out that are, maybe in the fruit that are up there, or any grains that might be floating up there. It'll help, bleach out some of those. It keeps it moist. so it helps retain the CO2 within below that cap, right? And it helps kill off bacteria. So those are three things that it's doing. Gently pushing it down. They call it punching the cap. You don't want to do it crazy though, because we don't want to create a bunch of oxygen in there and get all that yeast confused and back to breathing. When you adjust the pH and you throw in sodium bicarb, it's going to foam like crazy, and it's a very temporary thing, but you can't use much of the time because it foams up big. But it does make the yeast start to breed again. Not the best of situations, but it's better than stressing the yeast with low pH, right? So if you have to pick the two, even if it's sodium with the sodium in their bicarb, it's better than the stress the yeast will have if they get to 2.5 pH, which is really going to start to stress the fuck out of them. They start creating some bad off flavors and something that's not going to be it's going to affect the flavor of your final product even after you distill it. You'll be that bad to carry over, so it's not good. So if you can use the pickle lime, it's better. But again, if baking soda is all you got, then use the baking. I'm not saying don't, because that's still better than the pH get too low. So we've got our mash fermenting. We uh, we we're waiting on the yeast to do their thing, and so in maybe 3 to 5 days we use that hydrometer again, and we start dropping it into the we start dropping this into the mash. Now we watch the top of it, and a lot of times now it doesn't happen all the time. Fruit mashes and the grain mash not to where that the caps are different, but your cap, and sometimes they won't. And fruit mashes, other mashes, sometimes that'll stay up there even after you press them gently for the first 3 or 4 days and leave it after that. Sometimes they still don't want to drop, and that's fine. But you need to move the cap to the side, get your little coffee cup down in there, and start, getting just liquids and filling your graduated cylinder or your big tall jar up that you're going to use this hydrometer on. So we know we were in the yellow. When we started, we were 106.0 to 108.0 or so. So we were in the mid ranges of the yellow. So after we ferment, we should be right up there at the top of the yellow, and the top yellow and red, range up there where it says 1.000 or even a little less. So if you get it into the red, that's when it starts becoming dry. Um, Not necessarily a bad thing, but dryness can carry over through the distillation. So a lot of people try to nail it just at once. Some people do it where it's just a hair into the yellow because they don't want it to be dry. Or some people, depending on if you're making a gin, it's not so bad to have it get dry. You want it to be dry. So it's just according to what you're making and what your tastes are. There's no right and wrong. Don't let anybody tell you no, you have to do it this way or the other. No, they don't know what you're talking about. It depends on what you want and the flavor that you want. Flavor is an opinion. So I'll let them tell you what you like to drink. What tastes best. That doesn't taste good. Damn it, I don't care what you say. I'll let them do it. There's a lot of people say, no, you have to. No, you don't. But so you can you've got ferment. So we're waiting on it to ferment. And once it gets down to the yellow and red, we're ready to rack it off. Now what you do in racking off is you'll notice in your fermenter, you'll have maybe a little stuff on the top cap. We can just skim that off. If when you skim it off, it mixes into the other stuff and makes it milky, skim it off and wait a day. I mean, that's one thing you have to have doing this is patience. And rushing things will only ruin results. So if you have to skim off the top, skim all that shit off the top, throw it in your sour mash bucket, or throw it away and replenish it with fresh grains, whatever. A lot of times the floating grains are one that are spent. Or if it's like a fruit mash, just trash it. Unless you want to start some kind of, pit with fruit or something, which I don't know, maybe not. Good idea. It's not like rum, it's not a dunder pit. It's different. So pitch it, depending on what you're going to do. But siphon it. So you wait for it to clear, and in the bottom you'll see a yeast bed, or called trub, yeast bed, there's a lot of different terms for it. Most commonly trub or yeast bed. And you can drop your siphoning hose. A lot of people drop a pump down in there and pump it out, and it just stirs shit up. Whatever, if you're doing 500 gallons, that's probably a good way to do it. Siphoning might be a pretty long wait. Siphoning 500 gallons unless you got a big ass hose that you siphon with. But I use it, 3/4 inch vinyl hose. It's rated for alcohol. I think it's made for brewing and transporting beer and mixed drinks from a pump behind the bar to um, a fountain at the bar, or a tap at the bar. I'm trying to think of the name, bartender's friend or some shit. I know. There's brewers brew something. I don't know. It's rated. You can get it on Amazon. It's rated for alcohol. So it's not something you're going to have to worry about. It's important probably that you get something ready for alcohol. Not just use silicone works good. Silicone's inert to alcohols. So and I just drop that hose in there, and I can see in my fermenter. So I just get it to where it's about an inch above that yeast bed, and I just siphon it off into another vessel the same size, right? So I know it won't be too much. You walk away. I use a little clothespin at the top to make sure it doesn't move around, and then I'll come back when it's close to it, and I'll inch that thing down just where it sucks a little bit of it. And it not enough to hurt anything. And then I'll take all that yeast bed left over and put it in a sour mash if I'm doing sour mashing, or it depends on what you want to do. But you can take all that grain and trub and stuff in the bottom and put your sour mash and get it ready for the next one, right? So, but the rest of it sits, clears, and that goes into your still, and then you set your still up, turn the heat up, and I don't know what it does. I'm gonna fix it. And depending on the alcohol, so we saw on this right here that at a 108 owes about 10%. So we know, 10%, right? We're going to have to be about a 196, 198 pot temp before we see a lot of this ethanol boiling off. Don't forget what everybody told you about ethanol boiling at 173.1. It does if it's just pure ethanol. But once you mix water with it, it changes the boiling point because it's not able to fractionally distill separate from water. It bonds with water and it changes the boiling point. It's called an azeotrope because the boiling point has changed. So as you add water, the boiling point of alcohol increases. And as you add alcohol to water, its boiling point decreases, right? So at this point, around 10%, you're at 198 degrees pot temp, not vapor. You're going to start seeing things happen. And still it off low and slow, not too low where it's just a drip, drip, drip. You'll be there for a long, long, long time. It doesn't have to be slow, but the smaller your still, the slower the drip will probably need to be. Of course, you get 500,000 gallon stills, it's going to run out like a garden hose. But for a 50-gallon still or a 20-gallon still, they're proportionally less and less and less till you get to a drip. Now, I will say at about a 20 to 30-gallon still, you're going to be at a fine drizzle. So if you go to your sink in your bathroom and you turn it from a drip up, 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 to where it's just a drizzle, back down to a drip, drip, right in between that to where you get just that fine drizzle, that's a fine rate for a 30-gallon steel, a 50-gallon steel, maybe even a 20. So a fast drip to a stream or something that alternates in between the two is fine. So we got you made from mash to distilling. So now it's all just time and cuts. So to make your cuts, we'll go to the cut chart here. And forget the temperatures up here, as I've told you at the top. Don't worry about those temperatures. That's for more fractional distillation, so don't pay attention to those. That might actually be more of a vapor temp than a pot temp, but really it's for the distillation that we do, those temps mean absolutely nothing. Trust me. The only temp that you're going to worry about is the temp when you cook and the temp when you add amylase and malts in mashing. And then in distilling, the only temp you're going to worry about is the coolant that's going around your condenser, right? So we know that's going to be 65 to 75, somewhere in that range. Uh, so if you can keep those temps to that, that's good. That's really the temp you really need to pay attention to. Once your still drips and you got a 10-gallon still is pouring, you might want to back off your temp just a little bit. Just as fast a drip as you can get, fine. And no, it might change as far as heads. Now, your fruit and using pectic enzymes, Scott. So if you're using fruit and pectic enzymes, this blue will be a little smaller. So jar two will be have more blue, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way to probably 9, maybe even a bit into 10. You'll have a little bit more blue as you do a lot of fruits. Like I've noticed plums, and probably Scott's noticed with his figs, it, especially with pectic enzymes. But even if you don't, you'll get more heads with some of those fruits like plums and figs and some of those dark fruits. You'll get more heads with them than you normally would. And that's really more the bad thing is just the nature of what you're just doing, mashing. So you've done nothing wrong. There's nothing bad about it, but you will have a little bit of hits. Now, learning to do cuts is going to take a little time and practice. If you break this chart down, it's 30%, 40%, 30%, basically, which is 100%. And we just throw those off at the beginning. Those generally get caught in the jar too, which gets pitched anyway. So, making your cuts is going to be very important and something that you're going to have to learn. But I think, what is it, Scott? People say, what, 50 milliliters per gallon or something, or that you can throw off. I mean, if you want to calculate it that way, I don't know if 10-gallon run times 50 milliliters would be 500 milliliters for every 10 gallons. If I've never done it that way, it might be a general rule, okay, kind of thing, much like this, uh, and a good start. But basically, if you can get enough jars, and you should have enough jars to hold everything from 4 on, but 1 through 3, set those to the side. Some people's opinion now will be to keep jars 2 and 3 because it's still got alcohol. You see that baby blue in there? I don't think that that's enough alcohol to worry about recovering and dealing with acetate, acetaldehyde, and acetone, and other highly volatile alcohols and esters. To me, it's just not worth it. You're just going to have to remove them again. So why add that back to something only to have to remove it back again? For what little alcohol you get out of it, it's stupid. I don't care what anybody says. If their opinion is to save it, that's fine. Everybody has their opinion, and it's not wrong. There is a little bit of alcohol in there, and if you want to go that trouble to save it, then you definitely ain't using heirloom corn because you're tighter than I am. So it's best just to use those for weed killers, ice cleaners, and metal. We talked about a lot. Some of y'all like to weld cleaning your metals with it. It's great. It's great for that. Put a little perfume in it. Put it in a jar. Give it to your wife. You got her some of the best damn fingernail polish remover she's ever had. She'll love it. There's a lot of things that you can do with it. But putting it back into another all paints run or another mash, no. Now, once you get to jar 4 and 5, you can argue either way. For me, I probably push them away because I'm not that concerned about it, and I do run my tails down, and that's where a lot of people really lose their alcohol is in their tails, and they'll say, "Oh, you need to keep some of those 4s. You should throw them away." And I said, "Really? How far down do you run when you distill?" "Oh, I'll stop at about 80 proof." Really? So you're leaving jars 17 through 20 in there, and look at all the baby blue in that, and that green in there. That doesn't taste half as bad as the blue does over here, right? And that's a lot more easy to separate. But no, you need to keep them heads and run them again. Why? because it's tastes horrible. It's hard to separate. You're adding bad back into something you're going to have to remove again because all that you put in's got to come back out. So I tend to throw everything out maybe around jar 5. I might keep depending on the distance. Some will produce more and less, like Scott and I were talking about some of your fruits. You may be tossing at 6, but start saving in jars and don't taste any of this as it comes off the still, right? For the beginners especially, we're gonna put our fingers underneath the drip, and we're gonna get our fingers wet, and we're gonna smell it. We're gonna feel how oily and how it feels in our fingers, and smell it. And you'll smell that acetone in there and those acetates, and you'll know it. So, and after you do that, just rinse it and just keep saving jars all the way down. Get you some painter tape, put on all your jar lids and label them 1 to 20 or ever how many it takes, whatever you get. But run it all the way out. Run it to where it's almost water coming out, right? And that because there's a lot of ethanol, good alcohol, that is easily recovered out of the tails. And if you do a sour mash, you need to run all of it out in the tails anyway because you don't want back set to have a lot of alcohol content, right? Because if it has a high alcohol content, your sour mashing, when you dump it in on top of that yeast bed and trub that we were talking about that we dumped in there earlier, if you dump it in on top of it, it's going to kill every bit of the yeast because of the high alcohol content, right? If you don't have all the alcohol distilled out of it, you're going to kill and kill all the yeast. You're going to have to add yeast to a sour mash. You shouldn't have to do that. So we're going to run all that alcohol out, and you can save those tails. Save it in a tail bucket. Have a bucket specifically for tails. You can add it after you do the sour mash. If you're doing that method, you can once your mash is ready to go and you're adding it to the pot. Right, we're doing the racking, softening, and putting it in the pot. You can add those tails in, and get some alcohol out of them, and you'll know the increase in production. Instead of 3 or 4 jars, you'll be getting 5 or 6. You're like, damn, I like this, and it'll be good alcohol because that light blue is a lot easier to separate from those oils in the green than it is those high molecules in the blue over here. And there's a lot of bad flavor in that stuff. It's hard to get off. So once you get all these jars done and labeled, you'll start tasting it. So you want to start tasting, because jar 20, your final jar, if you're using your hydrometer, right? Get your proof, and it's down to maybe 10 proof coming off. So once you get to there, you can stop. Once you get to like 6 proof, or maybe 6 to 12, 10 proof or so, you'll get a pretty steady output of alcohol and water till basically everything's out of the still, right? Because it's azeotropic. Yeah, and we're getting ready to talk about that, Richard. So once we run all this out and we got all the alcohol run out of it, I think he's talking about dunder is your back set. That's what's left in the pot. Dunder per se is a little bit different. We'll talk about the difference. But the back set that is in your pot, some of it will go into back into your sour mash. Some people do all. I'm not going to do all. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a couple, depending on the size, of course, of your mash. I'm going to take a few gallons out of my back set. It's still kind of hot and warm. I know exactly how much sugar I need to add. So I'm adding that to the back set because it's good and warm, and it's going to dissolve my sugar, so I don't have to heat nothing up later to dissolve my sugar in. So I already know, and I add that sugar in, and then I'll add a little bit of water, and I always try to add a little supplement of new grain. You don't have to convert it because this is a sour mash, but I like adding a little bit of fresh corn, cracked corn to it to keep that corn flavor profile up, and just dump it all in there, and make sure it's cool. Now, you don't want to dump it in hot on top of your yeast bed because alcohol will kill it. So will high temperature. So we don't want to dump hot back set that's high proof, into our sour mash. We want to let it cool, and we want to make sure there's not a lot of alcohol in there. Once we add some sugar, dissolve it, a little bit of water, and some corn in it. Then we can dump that in there, mix it all up, get a gravity reading, see where we are, see if we might need a little bit more sugar. But once you develop a feel for the sour mashing method, every time you do it, you'll know exactly how much corn to add, how much sugar to add, how much water to add, how much back set, and you can keep that pH and keep your crushed coral bag down in sour mash, keep it from getting too acidic, and you just develop a good cycling process. And if you supplement grains each time, a little bit of grains, as much as you take out, skim out on the top, and you can take a little bit out, add that back in, and you'll just keep that flavor profile up, and you can continue doing that all summer long. Now, if you don't continue to add grains, the flavor of the grains will dissipate over time, and by the time you're fifth or ninth generation, you're not going to be getting a lot of flavor out of the grains anymore. So if you just supplement a grain each time or every other time, you'll be able to maintain a pretty decent sour mash flavor. So anyway, your cuts, once you start cutting it, you got all these jars, and you start tasting. You're not going to even think about needing 17, 18, 19, and 20. Maybe 17, but 18, 19, and 20, you know that's going to be oily and not that good tasting. So you can go ahead and, taste them if you want to, get a taste of what the damp, grungy, damp, wet cardboard, wet dog, uh, wet basement, that musty's not a good adjective. That smell and taste, you'll know. But once that flavor is a lot easier to separate than acetone. You believe me. But once you get to like jar 17, 16, you can start tasting those and say, I do taste a little bit of that in there. You get jar 16, well, that's not so bad. I can still barely taste it, but once I mix that with all the others, maybe not so bad. But yeah, let's just let the tailbag 15. Well, that's not bad at all. Or maybe still a little bit too much, to 14. If it's not too much, then just blend it with the rest of your alcohol later. And especially if you're aging, if you're going to age it, you might want to keep 15 and 16. But it again depends on what you're doing, your process, and everything else, depending on how much tails you got. If you use a deflagmator, you're going to see a lot of those tails all the way through, a lot of your jars because they get compressed. And that's for more advanced topics. We'll talk about that some other time. But what Richard was talking to, dunder. Now, when you're making rum, and like a sugar wash or even a tequila. Um, the back set in a rum wash is called a dunder. A lot of people call dunder back set, same thing. But technically, a dunder would be a rum back set, and people do the same method of sour mashing with rum as they do the grain, right? So it's the back, like what you're talking about. It it's dunder, and you add that back set from your rum and all the trub from the bottom of your rum wash back into it and create what's called a dunder pit or dunder barrel. And you start doing basically a rum sour mash, and you start keeping a lot of those rum byproducts, and that makes it interesting flavors for a rum. Now, some people hate it, and some people absolutely think it's the best thing they've ever tasted as far as rum goes. So again, it becomes an opinion thing. Some people like sour mash, some people don't. It's whatever you like. So yeah, Richard, that dunder would be the same thing, and to your rum mash or sour mash, it's just semantics. And I know what you're talking about. So yeah, so adding those back, but once you taste, you definitely want to start tasting your cuts and your tails, because if you start over towards your heads and try to work down the numbers, you taint your tongue with that acetone and ethyl acetate and acetaldehyde. Um, you can't cleanse that off your tongue very easily. And that dunder, if you taste that dunder, man, that shit'll be on you. It's really concentrated flavors, right? As you distill the alcohol and a lot of the water out of it. There's still a lot of water and some alcohol in there, but it's a lot of concentrated flavor, man, and it's very grungy. And if you take a little, little cup of it, a shot of it, you'll taste that shit on your tongue all fucking day. Trust me, it'll last, especially the brandy. So, because I've tried and regret it, but it is good concentrated flavor, and we'll talk about using that for other things some other time in more advanced topics. But back to making cuts. So we've gone from beginning to end here, and now we've distilled it. We've got it all jarred up. We're making our cuts. We know where jar 13 and 14 is, so we've decided, yeah, 14 is definitely a keeper. You know, it tastes good. You know, there's not that much grudge in there. And I know once I mixed jar, 9 or 10 through 14, I'm not going to taste that at all, right? Or once it sits in a barrel for, 10, 20 years, you definitely ain't going to taste it anymore, 5 years, 4 years, depending on how long you want to age it. But once you put it on aging and oak, flavors tend to change. And once you even put it in a jar and just let it sit on a jar, in a jar on the shelf for months, the chemical processes and esterification is still going on. You've got acids and oils that are creating esters, esterification, process of esterification, and it's making flavors and unique profiles as it's even in a jar. So you don't have to have a barrel to age unless you want to add that smoky vanilla, tannin, caramel flavor that a barrel adds to it, right? So if you want that, put it on the oak or put some staves in it. So anyway, we're tasting it back. So when we get to tasting the jar 10, 12, 13, we're like, oh man, that's good. That's good sweet ethanol. That's, man, I don't taste none of that. That's good and sweet. It will be good and sweet if you did everything right. And then once you get to jar 9 and 8, you'll be like, you know what? I'm tasting a little bit of bitterness. There's something there now. Just a little bit off. Maybe once I mix with all those other jars, not going to be bad. But once I get to jar 7, especially 6 and 5, yeah, that's that's not good. That's got some heads in there. Now, back in the old days, old timers, they'd take jar 4 to jar 18. They'd mix them up in a big vat, stir it up, proof it down, bottle it, sell it. They didn't give a shit. And those heads and the tails and all that mixed together, it made for a mediocre, average shine that people drank because they didn't have any other access to alcohol or they just liked it. They'd have a hell of a hangover, and it fit their bill. It got them drunk. It was cheap, and that fit the bill. It had a little bit of corn flavor to it. Wasn't bad. Some of it got post flavored with fruit. I know when we bought ours a lot of times when I was a kid, we bought ours and have a half a peach in there or a handful of grapes in there. Always some kind of fruit to help, mask that heads and that fruit tend to soak those heads up and alcohol up. Man, you eat that fruit, it'd be so strong. There'd be a lot of alcohol in that fruit. But once you taste them back from jar 10, 9, 8, 7, you'll start tasting those tails, and you'll know where to stop. So you got jar 17. Whether you decide to keep it or not, that's an opinion. 16, 15. A lot of people will keep that if they're aging. Some people, a lot of people wouldn't keep anything between 9 and 13. That's all they keep. So it's just according to what you like and what you're distilling and what the smells are. And as you get more experienced, maybe 8 to 14 will be your forte. Maybe 10 to 13 or 10 to 12, and you just throw the rest away. You don't give a shit. You're rich. You're using heirloom grains. You're all about flavor, and 10 through 12 or 13 has the sweetest, best flavor ever, and it is. It's some of the best shit. If you can afford to put that in a barrel, you'll have. And that's why a lot of that stuff that is produced is top shelf and very expensive, is because they make that cut. They don't sell none of the rest of that. That's why it costs more, is because there's only 3 jars that are there that they're going to put in it. That, you know that costs a lot just to get those 3 jars, right? But most people are going to keep 8 to 14 or 7 to 16. and then the tails go into a tail bucket and get run again, and jar 1 through 4 or 5, maybe 6 for some people, maybe 7 for some. Now I will say jar 7, well, sometimes those low heads will contain some sweet esters that if you're aging, those won't be so bad. So maybe add jar 7 to 15 or 16 to a barrel, and you'll have a good middle shelf whiskey after 4 or 5 years in a big barrel. So, but just making cuts, you'll learn. You'll learn as it goes how to make those cuts. Smell it. As you go from jar 6 to 7, you're going to start feeling less oily. And like hair when it's clean, how it feels kind of squeaky, it jerks, and it's not. You can't just slide your fingers through it like oily hair. It kind of catches, right? And it's jerky. Your fingers will be that. They'll be clean, and they kind of catch. So instead of sliding smoothly together, now all of a sudden they're catching because we're getting like squeaky clean. So you're out of those oils. And the same thing will happen when you start getting into these oils. It'll start getting slick again. And you'll notice those drips on the top of the water will start to bead a little bit. So pay attention. Use all your senses. Look at hearing. I don't know. You can be deaf and still do this, I guess. But you just feel, you smell, and use your sight to see how that makes off. But, but once you get so low, like Richard's talking about in your pails, you'll run into sweet water. So like jar 21, if you had jar 21 here and 22, that's like 10 proof or so or less to me, maybe. I think Phil Billy did an experiment after I talked about it once. He did a video and wanted to experiment to see old Santa was putting out the cracks or not. And so he gave it a try, and he found out that it does make a pretty good proofing. So it's good to use for proofing. It does add some flavor, whereas just proofing with water a lot of times will help dilute the alcohol down, but a lot of times it'll dilute your flavors down. And if you can use those sweet waters, you'll preserve some of that flavor because it's still in there. Plus, you'll have a little bit of alcohol in there too, and it won't get as cloudy as quickly. Um, but mostly flavor will be good, and it'll mingle pretty well with your alcohol, and it'll preserve the flavor. Now, as far as clouding, some of it will cloud because it does have those oils. So if you want to freeze it, and you can separate the ice from the oils at the bottom, kind of like freeze distillation. Uh, that's a really extreme way to go, but you could do that and take the ice and then let it uh, let it thaw out, and that makes a really good proofer as well. It won't cloud up on it all, and it'll have some flavor. But that's not many people are going to do that. It's just for very small amounts of crafting, and that's what we do, and that's one of the reasons why we can really fine tune much better than somebody that's producing hundreds of gallons, if not thousands of gallons, because it's just not cost effective for them to do the little things that we do that make ours better, because it's really tough for a big, huge distillery putting out tens of thousands of gallons to get the exacting care and flavors that we do out of it in a craft small scale. It's just really hard to do that on a large scale. So, that's why sometimes some of these small craft distillers will have someone like Alan Bishop and a lot of smaller craft distillers that don't have the huge, you know, fractional columns and all this still that are still doing it on pot columns will have some of the best alcohols that money can buy, but their cost is a little bit higher. And, because it costs more to do it that way, it's not as economical to do it at a smaller scale. So, of course, they have to charge a little bit more and help support these guys because they're making it is better. Some of them, well, I've tasted some of them, and some of them's trash. I hate to say it, but some of them are putting out a product that I've tasted people after that haven't been doing it but a few years, and that are putting out better stuff. So not all craft distillers are great, but the ones have understood the science and applied the science and experiment and try different things, you'll run into a lot that have really mastered the craft, and some of the best stuff you can drink comes from those guys. Yeah, we're still live. Missed it, Clint. We're just getting ready to shut down, bro. We're at 11:30. We done covered the whole gauntlet from beginning to end. Scott helped me out tonight. Missed you, brother. I tell you, we needed you, man. But we didn't have a whole lot of questions. We asked a lot of questions early, and I probably discouraged a lot of people from answering questions, and I didn't want to do that. But tonight, I really did want to do a beginning to end video. I've been promising one of those, and I probably should have named it something different. But I really wanted to kind of go over the equipment a little bit and just try to touch on, a lot of the most important things. I know that I've missed some chemicals that you need, and I'll add that. We didn't talk about yeast, different yeast and stuff. We did talk about yeast nutrients. Yeast is pretty much an opinion. Pretty much most of the guys know use standard data yeast is great for beginners with grains, and EC 1118 probably a good one to use for brandies. And then once you get going, you can start tasting Quebec yeast for your grains and some different brandy yeast and wine and champagne yeast for your fruits and stuff. But we pretty much covered the basics. I think you can watch this video and safely do a corn run and make a little bit, add some malts to it and do so. Now I want everybody to watch it. We're just beginning. I've talked to several that didn't get a notice last night. Steve didn't get a notice last night either. Um, I don't know, man. I do want everybody to join Distilling 101. Um, Let me put the link out there again. Let's see, because it should give you a notification because it's the main one that I stream from. So this is the podcast page, right? This is the Distilling 101 podcast page. Now you'll have to hit the three little buttons over there and hit follow. And once you follow it, it should give you notifications. Yeah, go ahead and like it and follow it, and it should give you notifications. If it doesn't, man, you know where I'm at every Wednesday at 8, Saturday at 8, unless I'm late, which is I'm usually not, unless I feel bad. By hell, there's been nights, man, but I didn't feel good and I didn't want to come on here. But man, I hate not to. I enjoy it so much, that I force myself to do it sometimes, and it's tough, to stream. The Friday night stream it's just fun and shit talk and getting drunk and talking shit. But Sunday and Wednesday, I really enjoy helping everybody and answering questions. I know a lot of people tuned in last night for the shit show and had a lot of questions that didn't get answered. It's really hard to get a word in when everybody's drinking, talking shit, and getting drunk. So I'm not able to answer a lot of questions. So I might even not put it on the 101 page anymore because it's really not educational and there's not a lot of access. Looks like I lost access to the Kick stream, which is okay. Sorry, Kick. Well, let's just go ahead and I'm about to log off anyway, so it doesn't matter. But if you join that link to that page, that's the 101 Distilling page. Now I don't answer any questions or anything on that page. I've got another page for that I'm working on, a Distilling 101 group page. This is just the one that I podcast to. So if you want to watch any of my old podcasts, you can find it here. You can find it on Philbillies and several others, but they all should be pretty much recorded on my page here. I haven't gone back and looked. I should probably save some of the other places as well, but hopefully most of the old episodes, at least for the last couple of months, have saved. Where we did aid to beginning to end a couple of times for grains and brandies, and then got into the science, and now we did a beginning to end tonight. Be a good episode though for the beginners to kind of review and look at. Still a lot of detail lost. I mean, I could do 3 or 4 podcasts and just dive into as much detail as I can. But I want to try to hit on the high points for the beginners. That way, a lot of their questions get answered. And for those that were asking questions earlier that I discouraged asking them, now if you have some, is a good time to ask, so we can kind of rehash before I log off. So if you have any questions about everything we talked about, now's a good time to ask, or watch the video again. I know some people watch it on their phone and not at a TV or PC where they can see things a little better. But if you get a chance, watch it again on a larger TV or larger screen where you can see a little more detail. That'd be awesome, brother. That definitely, and that's something that we'd love to have in the DIY. And for anybody that does DIY projects, building your own stuff, building your own steels, building your own copper cups, funnels, I don't care if you're building condensers, worms, whatever, put it on the DIY Shining Stuff page. If you're not on there yet, you should be. It's a pretty good group. Trying to get it more active as far as Q&A. I know we added Clinton there, and hopefully Scott's in there. If not, Scott need to be in there. For people that ask questions, it's hard for me to do that. I've got the militia that I try to admin that, and a couple other groups, and it's a pretty good sized group though. It's a good sized group, and a lot of good people in there. So I'd like to get more videos of craftsman DIY. And we're thinking about maybe doing more like along the lines of like Cyrus, more DIY, even not in the Shine stuff, like homesteading type DIY stuff, or survival DIY kind of stuff. Because the way the world is these days, that's something that that we may be having to unfortunately think about a little bit more than we have been. It's better be always best to be prepared. That's my motto. Always be prepared, right? That's the Boy Scout motto. So unless anybody's got any questions, nobody's asking any. So watch the video again, on a full screen. If you can see the charts a little better, I apologize. It's hard for me to get them any bigger. I'll try to do it, but on a phone, really, there's not. You can hear and get the benefit of listening, but a lot of times when it comes to those charts, it's going to be hard to see. If you do join the group, yeah, that'd be awesome. Especially deflegmators. Add deflegmators to that, Clint. Because that's something that's a little bit more advanced that I want to talk about, and how to increase proof with a deflegmator. That way, without having a big bubble column or something. I do a lot of that, and I've found some interesting things that in compressing, oils from the tails and maintaining flavor, that a lot of people want to learn about. So, yeah, we can definitely, that'll be more of an advanced and equipment thing. So we can talk about equipment and different lint arms, how they pointing up and neutral and down, reflux, neutral, flavor, there'll be a lot of that to be talked about. So you can text, or you can save those tails up and just run them all at once, or just dump it into the next mash. Now I will say that if I get like plum tails, I'm not going to put that in like a corn, or I'm not going to put that in my sour mash. I'll wait until I do another fruit similar, or a cherry, or a mulberry, or something, that I can put it in to where it might make it interesting and not really overpower it, and increase some depth to it. You know what I'm saying? Where you don't really necessarily want to mix flavors. Or you can just do a lot of people will just take tails and they'll dump it in a bucket. They don't care if it's corn tails or brandy tails or whatever. They'll put them all in a bucket, and then they'll do what's called an all faints run. Now, I do know a lot of people, when they do all faints runs, they'll include some of those heads in there. If you want to do like jar 7 or something like that in there, that'd probably be all right. It probably won't taint the whole thing. But I wouldn't do a lot of heads. Again, it's an opinion thing. But yeah, some people put just all their heads and all their tails and then run it again as if it were something new and make cuts in it again. And I guess that's okay if you want to cut some of that stuff out twice. But I found that it's really not worth what little alcohol you get. Maybe if you were dealing with thousands of gallons, that 50 gallons would make a difference. But if you're dealing with 10 gallons, that half that little jar full, it's not going to really make a lot of difference, and it's not going to be uh, awesome. Yeah, the DIY shining stuff. We're going to try to gear. Me and Eric Ayers started that group a long time ago, and he did it. Eric is very ingenious, man. He built him a little continuous steel out of a little column. Had to have that going on, a little small scale continuous column going on in Shine Shack. So, he's advanced, but I think he's gotten into blacksmithing, and I think he might be on the wagon a little bit. So that's good for my brother. I'm glad for Eric, and he's a great guy, and he's from out west. I think he's gotten into blacksmithing more, though. I think he spends a lot more time doing that. But I think that's another reason we can kind of do, more survival, off the grid type of DIY projects. So if you've got anything DIY projects, put it in there. Maybe I think Dan Gray has a group that's talking about a lot of canning and food preserving and herbs and things like that, and collecting different herbs for holistic remedies and things like that. I can't stress enough, those kinds of sites learning these days is kind of being lost. And if the shit hits the fan, like a lot of people, it's going to hit the fan. It's just how bad is it going to be? Um, a lot of people may need to resort learning how to make your soap again and using lye and how to make lye. How to take wood and burn it and get your ash and mix it with water and cook it and cook your water off and make your lye and powder. It's going to be important to learn how to make a soap and learn how to use some of these medicines from the woods. And a lot of people won't survive. So what's going on, Monty? What's up, brother? Santana, I love it. Doing good, brother. Well, they're both different. Amanda, I would have to say probably better because it's got a blend of more different corns in it, so it'll have a lot of different notes that just your Jimmy Red won't. Jimmy Red alone's a good, mixed with a good white corn, that Eagle White, and an Ohio Blue makes a really good red, white, and blue corn. Everybody loves that combination. But the Amanda Palmer is a pretty complex mix of that Alan did. It's good. It's got a little bit of everything. It's got your earth. It's got your sweetness. Um, I think Amanda in a blue corn is really damn good, and I think Jimmy Red in a white with a blue corn would be really good. So it's just combinations. I haven't done the Oaxacan. I did try some Oaxacan shine, and it was really interesting. It was good. It wasn't real earthy, wasn't real sweet. It was kind of in the middle, So I'm kind of on the fence about it. I like it, but I like things that bring distinct flavors. So I like something with a lot of earth or a lot of sweet, so I can know how to combine them in ratios to get flavors that I want. So it was interesting though. I was glad to get the chance to try it, but I might have to try it on my own. But yeah, it's both of them are great. Absolutely, Clint. I mean, Dan, I don't know how active they've got it, but they've started something with preserving canning, and that's a lost art. We're going to have to start learning again how to preserve our foods, and how to keep have it acidic if you don't have enough vegetables acidic, like tomato vegetables in there, to keep the acidic levels low out adding a little lemon juice or citric acid to that. There's a lot of lost art, a lot of lost knowledge. People these days have gotten spoiled. They don't, I mean, I grew up doing that. My grandparents did it, my parents did it. So, I learned how to can from a young age and make jams and jellies and do a lot of these things and making wine, but not a lot of people doing that. And then, if it gets bad and people aren't able to go to the store to get groceries, they're going to be eating each other because they don't know how to raise a garden. They'll be going out and killing each other and stealing and raiding and they're raiding gardens and and hunting animals to extinction in their area. They'll kill everything coming and going because they won't have enough sense to breed them, take them home, breed them like rabbits and chickens, and they won't learn the craft. You can live on rabbits alone. It doesn't have enough fat in it, but you can supplement that with fat from some other game that you can get every once in a while. That and some pigs or something, but are learning to keep a lot of the taro, and making storing fats long term. Yeah, sugar cured or salt cured, absolutely smoke cured. Making taking fish and drying it out. For long term. A lot of people last to spring and summer, but when it comes to fall and winter, they won't be able to survive because they don't have enough put away, and they'll be out there. Unfortunately, once man gets to a certain level of desperation, they're going to start killing each other to get what they need because they didn't spend the time to learn how to raise a garden, or they're in a city where they don't have a chance to. So it's going to be dog eat dog in the big cities. It's going to be scary. Those big cities are going to get crazy, and it's going to radiate out of the cities. They're going to come into the country to take what we have, and we're going to protect it. Right, right. Yeah, you got to pressure can it. You got to get it to a certain temperature. Right. So like Clint's talking about, pressure cooking, you can get it to 220, just with a pressure cooker, but with a pressure canner, you're doing higher pressure, hotter temperatures to kill off more bacteria because there's certain bacterias like E. coli and salmonella and some others that probably don't kill off at the 210, 220 boiling point. So that's why you got to increase that pressure. When you increase that pressure, you increase that temperature. It's like I was talking about in your steel. You got a lot of these Vevers that have really small plumbing. You've got a higher pressure inside that steel, and the temperatures get hotter, which is why you get a lot of this cooking off at the same time, and you don't get cuts coming off right because your temperature jumped to 220, and it's hard to regulate the temperature inside of it. It's all the way up to 220, so everything's coming off at once, water, heads, and everything. So, pretty much you could just mix the blue, baby blue, dark blue, and green all the way across, and that's basically what you get when you run some of those steels with a lot of back pressure, that create a lot of pressure behind them because the temperature increases as pressure does. So yeah, well they'll come into the suburbs, and hopefully they don't get through the suburbs. Probably won't. There'll be big battles in the cities and probably small battles in the suburbs, and once they get to the country, if they get that far, they're fucked because they'll get eaten up, man. The country people know how to survive, and it won't be nice and pretty, but fortunately we'll have the cities. They'll kill each other, and then they'll filter down into the suburbs as they kill each other in the cities, and all the food and everything's depleted out of the cities, and all the stores are emptied, and then they'll come to the suburbs raiding. And a lot of the people in the suburbs know how to shoot, and they'll fight their way, and most of them probably have a bug out place hopefully that they can go to, but most of us will have a pretty good indication. Some people say it's already started in some of the cities. Um, but you'll see it happening in some of the bigger places. And yeah, it's just one big smear. So some people, yeah, we'll have a chance to see it. So be nice to have a place to bug out to, or people in the country that's where you can go and have some family in the country or something. But take something to contribute. Take some guns and ammo and some moonshine and some canned goods and some hams and frozen goods, because you're going to need it. And so we need to learn to be more self-sufficient, because I'm just afraid the way things are headed, the world doesn't look like it's going to be a great place. It's starting to go crazy over in Europe. People are getting tired. They're getting tired of being overrun and by lawless people. I'm not going to try to get into too much politics or religion, but Christians got to watch your back. You got to watch out, because there's certain other people out there that I don't even know if I want to call it a religion. I hope I don't offend anybody, but I think if you're a Muslim, it'd be a good time to think about converting, because it's not looking good. And that's just, I don't, we're too antithetical to be able to live together in harmony. So it's going to get crazy. I hate talking about all that stuff, but you know, try to be prepared about things. It's not good. Yeah, that's right, brother. That's right. And help get people drunk to where they can take that pain when it comes to biting that stick ain't always going to be good enough. I want to be pretty drunk, and of course that'll thin your blood out. If you need your blood thinned out, good, that'll be good. But sometimes you got to take a few horts before you put that stick of wood in your mouth before you clamp down with the pain. But hopefully, I hate talking about those times, but I got a child that's just turned 21 today, and I worry for him. Definitely worry about him. And all the other kids that grew up in this generation that have no clue about preserving, or wine making, or with all the water, you're gonna have boiled water. You have to learn to make wine and use alcohol to kill a lot of the bad stuff. Giardia on the increase. There's a lot of streams are finding a lot of more Giardia in it. We got to worry about China buying up a lot of land, and then buying up a lot of these beef and chicken houses, then close them down, and leaving us with what? Increased prices on beef and chicken like they did, and they might do the same thing with medicine. So we're going to have to learn to get back to making it here, and that ain't Republican. That shouldn't be a Republican or Democrat thought. That should be just a common sense thought. But common sense seems to be lost with a bunch of people. And I'm not going to mention any parties, because there's people of both parties that don't have a lot of it. But we need to get away from a lot of the politics, and letting the media divide us, and quit following agendas, and go with what is right. What's in your heart, what's in the Bible, because there's a lot of evil. There's a lot of evil out there, and they don't want to do good. They just seem to want money. That's the root of all evil. So, all right, I've got too deep on that. I probably offended some people. I'm sorry if I have. I'm not talking about Democrats or Republicans. If me saying, there's a lot of people out there without any common sense, and you take that as an offense, because you're a Democrat or something. I never said the word Democrat. There's a lot of people on both sides that do. But if that offends you, then you might want to think twice about what party you're in. I used to be a Democrat for a long time, so, I understand, but they're not the same parties they used to be. I will say that. And they're doing a lot of corrupt things on both sides. So got to let more common people and less people that are interested in too ambitious. We're getting too many people that want to be millionaires and not enough people that want to do right by God. So that's the ones we need to get in there. Not necessarily zealots now, but we need to get more honest, down to earth people in there, and less politicians that are thinking about minding their pockets and getting reelected. They're more concerned about that than doing what's right, it seems. But there is hope, and I see a lot of positivity. So I'm not going to be all negative. I see hope. There is a ray of sunshine. It's not too late. It's not. We didn't allow things to get to where it's too late. So what we can't do is let it get to be too late. So those that have been less active, it's that we've let the vocal minority be too loud for too long, and it's about time we wake that sleeping giant up and put the foot down, and say no more, So yeah, Smithfield sure do, and then they close a bunch of their plants. Look what uh, Tyson, China buys Tyson. Next thing you know, they closing all their chicken plants. All of a sudden, chicken and eggs are high. All of a sudden, we get all these bird flus that are being sent over, and we have to kill all the population off, and all of a sudden, eggs are costing a fortune, and that's all being manipulated by China. So, we can't allow them to manipulate us anymore. So yeah, we got to be more independent in our food. We can't allow them to own our land and garden and raise food here anymore. They got plenty of land in China. Think about it. All the land in China, they got plenty of fucking land there. They're using it. They're buying our land to try to use it against us and to hurt us and to poison us. You heard about that plant out in California that was making a lot of bad biological stuff. You seen the stuff they were sending over, that had to Michigan, I think, or Minneapolis, something, that lab they found all that shit in that was, that could have ruined our crops for years and years. Yeah, they're trying to biologically ruin us. We need to get them the F out of here. I don't care what anybody says. It's bad. We got to get them out of here, and not allow them to do these things. You know, so we got more enemies than just that one anti-religion I was speaking of. There's a lot of others, but we got several fronts to deal on. That's the two major ones. Russia's least of our worries. Let's just put it that way. You know, I don't know, what the beef is between Russia. We've always been allies in every war. You know, they even helped the North in the Civil War. So, and that, some people say it's good and bad. I think, keeping the Union as one was probably the best thing. There's good and bad done by both sides. But we'll not do a history lesson today. But I think we got more to worry about with Islam and Russia than we do with, or Islam and China than we do with Russia and some of these other countries and stuff. But yeah, oh yeah, and that's political too, Richard. They shut them down to drive the food costs up. So people say, well, I thought those eggs were going to be cheap. Now look, Trump ain't got them eggs cheaper. And then look at the chicken. Look at the price of chicken. I thought Trump was going to lower the price of chicken. It's all those damn tariffs. No, it's not tariffs. It's China closing those plants and cutting the supply. You cut the supply with the demand constant, the prices have to go up, right? It's simple econ 101. So that's what's happening, and they want to use that to turn you against Trump. So don't let them manipulate you. They're just like the media trying to, manipulate you and lie to you. We're finding out all the lies they did and all the shit they've done. All that was a lie. That Russia collusion, that was all a lie. They're treasonous. But that's for another podcast. Damon has been wanting to do a podcast, get into politics and religion and end of times talk, and we've kind of pushed that idea around. We may one day, because it's definitely something that needs to be talked about, not talked about enough, and let them try to squelch me, by God, because I'm old enough. I won't go down without a fight. Yeah, it started actually a little bit before that, Clint. But yeah, it got a lot worse with Clinton when that NAFTA and all that, and they started, they changed the way medicines were made, and were able to be traded on the stock market, and less hospitals based on schools and universities, and privatizing medicine and privatizing, a lot of the pharmaceuticals and making it profit based and less regulations on them. It's all become worse, and forcing it to profit making, and anytime you're dealing with pure profit, corporations based on pure profit, they're going to go to places where it's cheaper labor. So that's why we have tariffs. Trump knows what to do. All right, y'all. It's 12 again. We've done another 4 hour. I can go all day. We're talking about that shit, man. I get fired up. I don't get my blood pressure up. It's bedtime, but love having y'all on. And for all you beginners, I hope you picked up a lot of pointers tonight and rewatched at least the first 3 hours of the video. That last hour you might be able to go without. But and if you have any questions, bring them back Wednesday, and that's what we're here for. We'll answer them and kind of fill in some of the blanks, and we'll get through that. What am I distilling? I am not distilling anything, but I do have some watermelon wine going, and hopefully that'll make some watermelon brandy. We got a competition coming up, and I've got to enter in a watermelon brandy, which is a very difficult brandy to make. But thanks for tuning in, everybody. We will see you Wednesday at 8 o'clock. Set your clocks. Don't wait for those notifications. 8 Eastern, Wednesday and Saturday. You know where I'm at. So come see me and bring your questions. And no matter how complex they are, if I don't know the answer, by God, we'll find it. So good seeing everybody out. Hope you all have a great rest of your weekend. And we will see you Wednesday. Shine on. Love y'all. Peace out.